Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all of you to enter the room and take up the front seat as our program is about to start. And also a warm welcome to all participants joining online from all over the world. Thank you and please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite all of you to enter the room and take a seat as our program is about to start. Additionally, please make sure that your cell phones are in quiet mode. Thank you. Good morning to distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here at Shangri-La Hotel Jakarta, and to all virtual participants joining online from all over the world. My name is Talia from Irias Communications Department, and it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this workshop event on the preparation to advance multilateral electricity trading in the ASEAN Power Grid APG in supporting sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. We are very honored today to have the presence of Mr. Rida Mulyana, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia. Welcome, Mr. Rida. Our back-to-back workshop today are co-organized by the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, the ASEAN Center for Energy, and the National Energy Council. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Rida Mulyana to deliver the opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Asian Leaders, Mr. Izuru Kobayashi, Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs for Natural Resources and Energy, Japan Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, my best colleague, Professor Hidetoshi Nishimura, Area President, Dr. Noki Agia Utama, Executive Director of Asian Center for Energy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you at the Asian event series, preparation to advance multilateral electricity trading in the Asian Power Grid, or APG, in supporting sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. First of all, I would like to convey and apologize that Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Arifin Tasrif, was unable to attend this prestigious event due to urgent state duties, and His Excellency expressed an appreciation to area for excellent organizing this event, and for that, please allow me, on behalf of Minister of Arifin Tasrif, to deliver his speech. Honorable, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, last week we officially kicked off the Chairmanship for Asian Energy Cooperation with a focus on achieving sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. Energy security is a key to fueling the ASEAN engine of economic growth. Since its establishment, ASEAN has been growing and has become a leading region for a global economic development. It is projected to continue growing for the next 5 years, averaging at 5.4% of economic growth. The total combined GDP of 10 ASEAN membership, or AMS, was around 3.3 trillion US dollar in 2021, resulting in this region becoming the fifth largest economy in the world and expected to be the fourth in 2030. As a term of this year Indonesia chairmanship, Asian Matter, the epicentrum of growth, the growth that we must ensure and secure with sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy supply. The diverse and plentiful energy resources in this region must be utilized and synergized to fulfill the regional demand itself. Learning from the current global geopolitical dynamic, energy security also means not dependent on imported energy and being resilient from any shock caused by both internal and external dynamic. The interconnection between AMS will bring more utilization and renewable energy, reduce the dependency on fossil energy, and create sustainable, affordable, and reliable low carbon energy system. Interconnectivity will also accelerate the clean energy transition and fulfill AMS climate change mitigation action commitment in the region. Thus, interconnectivity among AMS is the crucial issue Indonesia wants to address in the 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship. EMS need to be actively collaborating to enable multilateral energy trading within ASEAN. Asian Power Grid and Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline are two initiatives we have in realizing this mission. Since the signing of MOU of the Asian Power Grid, or APG, in the early 2000, we are still ensuring that all EMS are benefiting from the interconnected power grid. Indonesia welcomes the extension of the APG MOU after 2024. Progress in 2022, we have connected, I believe you already know, we have connected the power grid of Laos PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore through the Laos PDR Thailand Malaysia Singapore Power Integration Project, which is proved to increase the utilization of the renewable energy sources and increase the resilience and stability of the power grid in the sub-region. It was a great milestone for ASEAN integration. Head of Asian Power Utilities and Authorities, or Hapua, has an important role as a vital link for this achievement. With the spirit of no one left behind in benefiting from interconnectivity, we encourage the initiation of new interconnection in Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines, or BIMP sub-region. We expect to continue support from BIMP countries and Papua on implementing the new intergovernmental agreement on multilateral electricity trading in the BIMP region. We hope that a consensus can be achieved among EMS on the joint declaration on sustainable energy security through interconnectivity as our highlight in this chairmanship. Honorable, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia would like to acknowledge and appreciate AREA for co-organizing this workshop and its continued support during our chairmanship to strengthen our energy cooperation in ASEAN. I would like also thanks the ASEAN Secretariat, ASEAN Center of Energy, and all stakeholders that have demonstrated constructive and meaningful contribution in supporting our chairmanship. Lastly, we hope today's workshop can be a good start on the way to strengthening energy cooperation among EMS on producing concrete deliverables that support Asian sustainable economic growth and energy security. Please enjoy the workshop and have a fruitful discussion on how to improve Asian energy security through interconnectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Rida, for the opening remarks. Now, on to the next agenda. Please allow me to invite Professor Hidetoshi Nishimura, the President of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Professor Nishimura, the floor is yours.
His Excellency Secretary General Lida Mulyana, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Mr. Jisman Hutajau, Director General, Directorate General of Electricity, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, our colleague. Executive Director, ASEAN Center for Energy, ACE. Honorable Mr. Izuru Kobayashi, Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs, Agency for Natural Resources and Energy, METI, Japan. All distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, and participants, good morning. It's a great honor for me to deliver this speech on this MEMR area and ACE joint workshops, which are the first workshops organized in the framework of side events of the Indonesia's 2023 ASEAN chairmanship in the energy sector. Since the COP26 in Glasgow in 2021, the world has been moving towards attaining a carbon neutral society. The last year G20 Indonesia presidency energy transition pillar of global cleaner energy systems and just transition aims at achieving a global deal to accelerate the energy transition. The G20 Indonesia presidency has chosen, therefore, to achieve carbon neutrality targets by accelerating the process of reducing energy-related greenhouse gas emissions through various forms of decarbonization. Nevertheless, energy security and sustainability are becoming increasingly important since the recent increase in global fossil fuel prices that is related to the recently increasing geopolitical tensions and to the unbalanced energy supply-demand situation following the world economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic period. ASEAN is one of the most dynamic and fastest growing economic regions in the world. Thus, the energy demand will increase beyond the post-pandemic economic recovery to meet this growing electricity demand, while pursuing the reduction of greenhouse gas emission in ASEAN. Huge investments in power generation capacity from decarbonization technologies such as renewable energy and power system expansion are required. One of the measures being taken currently to solve these challenges, it is necessary to introduce various mechanisms and technologies, and one of the keys is the development of multilateral power trading in ASEAN, known as ASEAN Power Grid, APG. On the other hand, the realization of APG requires overcoming various challenges such as technical and commercial feasibility reviews, institutional framework, and regulatory capacity, and harmonizing the minimum technical requirements. These challenges have been described as the action plan within ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation, APAEC, APEC, Phase 2, for the period 2021 to 2025. In 2018, ARIEL has implemented a project providing technical and advisory services to the heads of ASEAN power utilities and authorities, HAPUA. This work has included the identification of 2 institutions that are to be formed to advance the APG. One is the APG Generation and Transmission Planning Function, AGTP, and the other is APG Transmission System Operator Function, ATSO. To establish these institutions, a combination of high-level regional agreements will be required, together with more detailed agreements giving authority to the institutions and defining the functions. Therefore, ARIEL has focused on the study on the high-level intergovernmental agreement between all ASEAN member states, which is one of APAEC, APEC's action plan, and think we would like to work with HAPER, ACE, and other relevant organizations to conduct this study. The second important measure relates to the policies to ensure electric supply in islands and remote grids, especially in the archipelagos, ASEAN countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines, that can contain two possibilities. The first possibility consists of proposing liquid natural gas LNG-based electric power generation systems in islands by identifying the possible configuration of small-scale LNG supply chain. This will contribute to cleaner electric supply and provide affordable electricity compared to the diesel power system to those islands and grids in a sustainable way. Despite strong volatility since the last 1 year, natural gas plays undoubtedly crucial roles in the energy transition in ASEAN. It can provide flexible base which is needed to facilitate increasing share of renewable electricity and prepare the way of the use of hydrogen and ammonia. Indonesia, for example, really considered the use of natural gas in the energy transition by its decision to switch the use of diesel in its 47 power plants in its island to natural gas. The Philippines and Vietnam have been considering LNG import terminal infrastructure in the last couple of years and would like to see the scaling up of affordable natural gas use in their power system. The second possibility, including developing renewable electricity generation system in islands and remote grids. This option is suitable when electricity demand in the island or in the areas is small, and therefore LNG shipping and delivery is not economically feasible. Considering a system composed of photovoltaic complemented with the battery energy system storage BESS, if cost of the battery is affordable, many grid would be appropriate. Today, as a first of the workshop series of Indonesia 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship in the energy sector, in the morning, we will discuss about the preparation to advance multilateral electric trading in ASEAN Power Grid APG in supporting sustainable energy security through interconnectivity. In the afternoon, we will discuss about how to improve electricity supply economically in islands and remote grids in ASEAN through utilization of emerging clean energy innovation. Outcomes of these two important workshops should give us key elements to make policies in ASEAN countries, especially in providing stability in electric supply, while ensuring that in ASEAN we make a big step toward decarbonization. Therefore, in the perspective of today's discussion, I would like to invite all of you key stakeholders to join forces, share good practices, experiences, analysis, and commitments to cope with the current energy crisis and the challenges, and elaborate the transition pathway into carbon neutrality while making smart and sustainable moves in ensuring electricity supply. Finally, I would like to congratulate again the government of Indonesia for charging ASEAN in this year 2023. I felicitate especially the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for chairing the energy sector. I wish you all a fruitful and enlightening discussion. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you, Professor Nishimura, for your welcome remarks. Now, joining us online, may I invite the Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs Agency for Nature Resources and Energy from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. May I invite Mr. Izuru Kobayashi to deliver his keynote speech. Hello, Kobayashi-san.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for
please.
the kind introduction. Well, Professor Hidetoshi Nishimura, the president of Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Mr. Rida Mulyana, Secretary General of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, Mr. Jisman Ftajo, Director General of Electricity, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia, and Dr. Nuki Aja Utama, Executive Director, ASEAN Center for Energy. Distinguished guests and speakers, it is my honor to be with you today. And I also would like to congratulate AEA's effort to contribute to Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship and holding two key workshops today jointly with ESDM and ACE. Well, advancing multilateral electricity trading and improving energy security in islands, in remote islands and remote grids are both very important topics. The expansion of renewables is the key to decarbonize electricity provision and increase energy independence. In this context, one of the biggest challenges of ASEAN would be its small grid size with relatively weak grid interconnectivity. Intermittency of renewables tend to be exaggerated in smaller grids. And besides, most of the places suitable for renewables-based power generations are actually quite distant from the demand areas. So that developing long-distance transmission lines is necessary for promoting utility-scale deployment of renewables. Well, in fact, Japan is facing the similar challenges. Japan has 9 TSOs to cover its relatively small main 4 islands, and historically respective TSOs had been only responsible for providing electricity to their own territories. Therefore, their respective grids are still not well connected to each other, and now the Japanese government is trying to substantially enhance domestic grid connections and develop long-distance, submarine, high-voltage direct current transmission lines. And there are multiple challenges for this, and we are addressing one by one. It will be natural for ASEAN member states to consider similar approaches to secure cleaner, more reliable supply of electricity. And hopefully, Japan also can share our experiences, both successes and to some extent failures as well, with ASEAN member states through the, for example, the framework of Asia Zero Emissions Community, or AZEC. AZEC was launched on 4th of March of this year in Tokyo, attended by the key ASEAN ministers in charge of energy transition, such as Minister Arifin of Indonesia, Deputy Prime Minister Patnaponn of Thailand, Minister Rutia of the Philippines, Minister Kang Kim-yong of Singapore, and Deputy Prime Minister Tran Ho Ha of Vietnam. And of course, the METI Minister, Minister Nishimura, and also the Minister Nishimura, Environment Minister Nishimura also joined the ministerial meeting. For how to enhance grid interconnections of ASEAN and facilitate smooth transaction of cross-border electricity trade would be very relevant theme for us for ASEC as well. And we would be happy to discuss over this area what we can do further. Regarding small islands and remote areas, they are heavily relying on diesel generators, which is very expensive at this moment. Moving to cleaner and more affordable energy is key to enhance economies of these areas. And Japan also has many small islands, and hope we can share our experiences of energy transitions of these areas with ASEAN as well. Energy market turmoil is continuing, as mentioned by President Nishimura and also Secretary General Rida Maurier. We need to secure our energy security and energy affordability while advancing our energy transitions. There are various transition pathways, and respective countries need to come up with its own. To do so, we need to run together and work together to overcome the multiple challenges. And I hope today's workshop contribute to this process. And I'm very much looking forward to fruitful discussions today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kobayashi-san, for your remarks. Now, moving on to the next agenda, we will continue with a scene-setting presentation on the updates on the development of the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan Study Number 3. May I invite to the stage Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, the Executive Director of ASEAN Center for Energy.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Pak Rida Mulyana, Your Excellency Nishimura Sensei, Your Excellency Pak Jisman, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome and support Indonesia priority as ASEAN chair, calling for preparation of developments of intergovernmental agreement to advance multilateral electricity trading in the ASEAN power grid. And also stated by Parida earlier that member states should actively being interconnected, not only by trading the electrons, but also natural gas and others resource of fuel. The gas pipeline is quite important as well, Parida, that we are doing right now, the Trans-ASEAN gas pipeline, also showing those interconnection, not only providing energy security, but also giving the feeling of being connected. I think it's very well said, Pak. And we also welcome and support the initiative for MOU and joint declaration this year for the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines, that currently we are also doing the feasibility studies under the support from United States Trading Agency. Next slide. As a concept, the pathway towards the multilateral power trading in developing the ASEAN power grid has three different stepwise. First, starting with the cross-border interconnection, currently ASEAN has existing 7.7 gigawatt of interconnection capacity, which mostly has been in bilateral trade. And the level of integration is expected to increase to sub-regional level, where ASEAN has three main sub-regional systems. We call it the North System, South System, and East System. And ultimately, the integration will be in the regional scale where at the current stage, ASEAN has a pilot multilateral power trade involving Laos PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, as we all know as a LTMS, a Power Interconnection Project. Next slide. At the planning stage, head of the ASEAN Power Utilities Authorities, or HAPUA, along with other APG-related bodies, have done 3 major studies in the effort to establishing multilateral power trade in the region. The first study covered the technical feasibility in assessing the required transmission infrastructure through AIMS-3 Phase 1 and 2. AIMS stands for ASEAN Integrated Master Plan Study, which currently being updated to reflect the current power landscape in ASEAN region. The initial AIMS-3 Phase 1 and 2 report was endorsed during the 39th AMEM 15 September 2021. And this AIMS-3 Phase 3 is currently being initiated, which will focus on designing and implementing fully operational bilateral and multilateral power trading by reflecting the key requirements for establishing multilateral power trade in ASEAN. And the second study covered a trade framework through feasibility study for ASEAN multilateral power trade, which was done by IEA and endorsed at the 37th AMEM back in 2019. The third area of study is the institutional framework. I think it's quite important. Through 2 studies of AGTP, the ASEAN Power Grid Generation and Transmission System Planning Institution, and also ATSO, the ASEAN Power Grid Transmission System Operator Institution, which was endorsed during last 36 AMEM in 2018. Lastly, the third study of institutional framework is currently being updated to cover the intergovernmental agreement for APG project. And the platform is to provide the principles, framework, and terms of the enabling high-level intergovernmental agreement supporting the formation of the AGTP and ATSO. And the study aimed to develop the outline content of a high-level intergovernmental agreement between ASEAN member states in establishing multilateral trade. Next slide. Moving on the APG from the planning stage to the implementation would require a roadmap and its financing framework to set direction and enable regional institutions to pursue a systematic solution through coordinated and structured decision-making. Output 1, as seen in the slide, progressive coordination to convene the relevant stakeholders to ensure timely and progressive decision-making to reach the implementation stage. Output 2, analytical work to identify the required market analysis, regulatory, institutional, and governance arrangement for the implementation of the MPT. And the last is the output 3. Before the last one, the output 3, roadmap and financing framework to provide a coherent central coordinating tool for stakeholders and the coordinating agencies, and to identify financing needs for the pending studies and pilot projects for providing a comprehensive financial framework for dialogue and coordination with public and private sources of funding. I think this one is quite important because financial sometimes becoming a bottleneck in the development of any power issues. The last output is output 4, implementation of pilot project to foster concrete steps toward implementation of APG, including conducting pre-feasibility study and or feasibility study. And this initiative was noted during special SOME this January. Next slide. To foster the concrete steps towards the implementation, ASEAN Center for Energy committed to support in feasibility study for ASEAN regional interconnectors. This is a follow-up effort towards the implementation of APG project. It's through conducting the pre-feasibility study and or detailed feasibility study from the identified or prioritized interconnection resulted from the AIMS-3. The purpose of this endeavor is to overcome the barrier in fostering the development of APG, particularly in investment aspect. For this, our center has engaged with development agency to focus on scaling up investment in the transmission infrastructure required to establish priorities interconnection among the Papua utilities member. And for starter, the first ASEAN Regional Interconnection Feasibility Study will be focused on the cross-border interconnection between Indonesia, Malaysia, under USTDA grants. So we start with the Sumatra to Peninsula Malaysia and also Kalimantan to Sabah, Malaysia. This initiative we also noted during the special SOME last January this year. So to conclude, I think this ASEAN Power Grid is very, very interesting and being looking forward by other countries beyond Southeast Asia. Last week, I met with some colleagues from Asia Pacific. They are really looking forward on development of the APG, ladies and gentlemen. So with this APG development, I think we can really prove not only being connected as ASEAN region, but also can be as a platform for other regions to looking at the potential that others can also be connected. What I meant is the developing countries. We're not looking at the Europe, which is developed countries, but developing countries is something a bit different. So thank you very much for these opportunities. We're going to have a very interesting discussion, I believe, for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nuki. May I invite you to stay on stage, Dr. Nuki, for the photo session. May I also invite for the first photo, Mr. Rida Mulyana, Professor Hidetoshi Nishimura, Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, Mr. Jisman Hutajulu, and Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe to join the first photo session. Session, please stay on stage. For the next photo session, may I invite Mr. Benny Suryadi, Professor Yung Ho Chang, Ms. Randy Christiansen, Mr. Isaac Portugal, Mr. Wan Har, Mr. Shigeru Kimura, Dr. Joko Purwanto, Mr. Kei Sudo, and all online participants to open their video for a photo session. Please. Ready for pictures? Okay, thank you. One, two, three. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you to all moderators, speakers. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, on your table we have a QR code that you can send that you can scan, and inside the QR code, inside the link, you can find all presentation materials and all documents related to this workshop. So please scan the QR code for the document. For today's session, we have also the second workshop that will start at 1:30 p.m. at this very room. So everyone from this workshop, you are welcome to join the second session of the workshop today. Now we will move on to panel discussion 1 on the development of cross-border power grid interconnection in ASEAN and electricity trade. Let me introduce our moderator for today. He is the manager of ASEAN Energy Center. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Benny Suryadi. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Pak Benny, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Very good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam and swastiastu, nama budaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. As introduced by INMC, that my name is Benny Suryadi. I'm the manager from the ASEAN Center for Energy, and I have a privilege to moderate our first session in this morning workshop. As per the agenda, our discussion for the first panel session will be talking about the development of the cross-border power grid interconnection in ASEAN and electricity trade. As mentioned earlier by Dr. Nuki during his presentation, the progress of the ASEAN power grid currently mostly at the bilateral levels. But we also have a significant progress on exploring the option for the multilateral power trade by the recent enactment of the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power interconnection projects. So for the next 1 hour, we will hear the progress of the cross-border interconnection from the 4 countries involved in this LTMS BIP, and then further explore and discuss that how we can escalate the progress at the national level into the multi-regional levels. As per the agenda, we will have 4 speakers, and allow me to briefly introduce our 4 speakers. The first one, we're going to have Mr. Litanolok Lapso from the Laos PDR. His responsibility for working on exploring the source, energy source, and policy making and planning in the energy sectors in the Laos PDR. He has a bachelor degree on the engineering from the National University of Laos and also a master degree from the King Mongkut University of Technology in Bangkok. Currently, he serves as the alternate senior official energy leader of Laos and also director of the Power Generation Planning Division, Department of Energy Policy and Planning, Ministry of Energy and Mines. The second speaker that we have is Dr. Pumpat Lisombat Pibun from the Ministry of Energy of the Thailand. Currently, Dr. Pumpat serves a role as the Executive Director of the International Affairs Division, Office of the Permanent Secretary of Energy. Previously, he has a role as the expert on the strategic energy policy, and also before he was the Chief of International Energy Cooperation and playing a significant role in driving the Thailand's cooperation on energy, be it a bilateral and also ASEAN levels. Our next speaker is from Malaysia. We have Puan Marina Binti Mahfud, Undersecretary, Electricity Supply, Ministry of the Natural Resources of the Environment and the Climate Change in Malaysia. She has served for the 25 years in the public sector in Malaysia, and this year is her 5th year in the electricity sector under Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and the Climate Change. Her task mainly to develop the policy, strategy, and the planning for the electric sectors in Malaysia. Last but not least, we have Ms. Agnes Koh, Assistant Director, External Relations from the Energy Market Authority of the Singapore. Ms. Agnes is the Assistant Director for the External Relations at the EMA of Singapore, where she also play a role as the alternate ASEAN Senior Official on Energy Leader for Singapore and participate actively in the various ASEAN energy meetings. So that's 4 noble speakers that we have in the first session this morning. And then without further ado, let's start with the first presentation, sharing the status from the Laos contact by Mr. Litanaluk Lapso.
Good morning. I do hope that everyone can hear my voice very well.
Yes, very clear. Good morning,
Okay.
Mr. Lapso.
First of all, thank you, ACE, especially Mr. Benny for the introduction of my personal background. And I have to apologize that today Mr. Akomdet are not available because he have the program in the overseas country. So actually, this is quite urgent schedule for me, so I don't have any presentation. I just would like to share some information on the our Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power integration project, or what we call in short is LGMS PIP. This program, of course, we have a long history, but for the power purchase agreement has been signed in 17 of June 2022. And at the time, the installed capacity to be export is 100 megawatt, agree among the our 4 countries. And the power has been delivered, officially delivered, was on 23rd of June 2022. And according to the record from my colleague from EDL, who is the state enterprise to implement this program, up to February this year, there was about 243 gigawatt hours has been delivered to the system. And just last year on the December, there was some shortage for power resource in Laos because most of the power generation are from hydropower, which means that during the dry season, Lao PDR could not dispatch the power. And of course, this program would be what we call a commitment from our country to be deliver the power, especially during the wet season. We can commit that the power can deliver at the full capacity. And just months ago, we have some proposal to extend the installed capacity from 100 to 300 megawatt. And of course, this is we have discussed among the our technical task force, and we have found that still some need on the study in terms of the extension of the capacity from 100 to 300 megawatt. But however, the in the Lao side, we can guarantee that even we can extend the installed capacity more than 300 megawatt to deliver to the system. But the of course, from Thai side and Malaysia side, still need some more technical view to be studied. And of course, the challenge on this is related to the the grid code that we need to make sure that our system can be deliver the power smoothly. But again, for the power generation, of course, we try to do our best in terms of deliver of the power, especially during the wet season. This is in general that I would like to share to the audience about our LGM PIP. Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laspo, for briefing us on the latest situation on the cross-border interconnection from Lao PDR, particularly on the LTMS. We noted a very strong commitment from the Laos to provide the needed energy to the neighboring countries, including the discussion to extend the 100 megawatt reserve capacity to 300 under the discussion right now, or even to provide more. It's also very exciting to learn that less than a year since the LTMS being commencing, that's more than 243, if I correctly know, that's gigawatt hours that has been transferred between Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. Also very well noted that at another side, the challenge that Laos is experiencing, particularly during the dry seasons, where it needs to also have external support to fulfill the needs of the electricity in domestic Laos itself. Thank you very much, Mr. Laspo, for briefing us. I think there will be a lot of interesting points to be discussed at later stage during the Q&A session. Next, allow me to invite our next speaker, Dr. Punpat Lee Sombat Pibun, the Executive Director of the International Affairs Division, Ministry of Energy of Thailand, to also brief us on the status interconnection from the Thailand perspective. Dr. Lee Punpat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Benny, and also a very good morning to all my distinguished panelists and Swadee Krab. First of all, I'd like to thank Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia for hosting this distinguished forum, and also thank you, Iria, Professor Nishimura, and Dr. Nugi, Executive Director of AIDS, for help organizing this event together. I think for my presentation today, I am trying to give you some quick snapshot on how to accomplish our cross-border power grid in order to be an experience for sharing with our thoughts and our colleagues here today. which will be fulfilled by other panelists as well during this session. So the outline of my presentation today, I am trying to give you an overview of how the evolution and the developments of the cross-border power trade. Next, please. Of the cross-border power trade and for the bilateral and multilateral framework. And I think that the prospect for the future of the sub-regional and interconnection of the power trade in the future. Next, please. So I think that the quick look for the building block for the cross-border power trade, starting from the bilateral power trade that we have engaged with our good friends, Lao PDR, for at least 50 years ago. Lao PDR and Thailand has established our MOU, which aims to facilitate our power trade, and also later have been developed to increase our megawatts for trading from time to time. And right now, we have reached to the MOU, the current one is up to 10,500 megawatts for the power trade between our two countries. And we also, at the same time, have been upgraded our power interconnections between our two borders as well. And so far, we have achieved at least 7 interconnections among the borders from north to the south. And also, we also have a good relationship with our good friends from the south, Malaysia. We have established our HVDC between our two countries, which aims to promote our energy security. And we have been help each other from time to time during the crisis that never expect before. And then we have passed that hard time together. And that 300 megawatt HVDC also bring to the interconnection and promote our cross-border power trade and increase to multilateral power trade later to the LTM and LTMS, which I will elaborate more later. And on the western side, we also have the Myanmar, who has the vast potential of the renewable energy resources. And also, I think this time we have the interconnection between the Mesot and Myawaddy, which is aiming to promote and upgrading more further. And also our good friend from Cambodia, we also have the interconnection. During this time, the Wattananakon and Battambang is also the main interconnection between our two countries. Next, please. So I think that let me give you some quick look on the evolution of the first multilateral power trade in ASEAN, which I think is our pleasure to share with you today. We start the LTM between our three countries as a beginning between Lao PDR, Thailand, and Malaysia. At that time, Lao PDR is a source of the power generation. Thailand is a transmitter, and Malaysia is the buyers during phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 starting from September 27, 2017, and then later increased to 300 megawatts in phase 2 during the 2020 to 2021. So each phase between LTM phase 1 and phase 2, we trying to accomplish the target within 2 years. And that also help us to understand how the trade flow of the power can be generated and can be facilitated between our three countries. And later on, we also have our good friend from Singapore to join us in the LTMS PIP. PIP stands for Power Integration Projects. And then that can accumulate more power trade flows and also that times we initiate to set the amount of power trade at 100 megawatts, and we're starting from 23rd June to the 31st December of this year. And then I think that we are now planning to see how can we expand and broaden this interconnection in the future. Next, please. So the progress of our interconnection between Thailand and our neighboring countries, I'm trying to give you this picture to share with you that the infrastructure readiness to provide the availability of the trade flows is very important one. Between Thailand and Lao PDR, we have at least 7 interconnections starting from the northern part of Lao PDR to the southern part of the Lao PDR, and that also giving the trade flow between our two countries smoothly. And also between Myanmar, right now we are trying to promote 5 interconnections, and the border between our two countries are connected to each other, and the grid is still have to maintain the trade flow so that it can ensure that our two countries civilians will be get access to the power smoothly. And for the Malaysia, we also looking into details between our two countries, between Sadao and Chuping, and also Pronget and Gurun, and that is the HVDC that is now established between Thailand and Malaysia, and also between Cambodia, as I mentioned earlier, Wattanathon and Petabang is also very important to promote the industrial estate between Thailand and Cambodia. Next, please. This one is give you the quick overview of how the regional and sub-regional map of the power interconnection can be put together. Between you can see that right now the sub-regional and regional power trade flow has been promoted in every corner of the world, starting from our ASEAN power grid is the central one, is trying to connect our 10 ASEAN member countries, and along the way we have been established the pathfinders for the power interconnection multilateral power trade, like LTM and LTMS. This is the one that is now inactive. And further, we also have the on the western side, BIMSTEC, that stands for the Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, and Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Also trying to promote the grid from India, from the South Asian to this region as well. So I think this is another future opportunity that we should take a look. And also among the GMS countries, we have the Greater Mekong sub-regions, which include both China, Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand. And it has been discussed for a long time on these regions, and they have been set up the Regional Power Trade Coordination, or RPTCC, which aims to promote the trade flow of the power from within the Greater Mekong sub-region countries. And also within these regions, ACMEX is another economic cooperation that stands for Ayeyarwady Chao Phraya Mekong Economic Corporations, which includes Myanmar, Lao PDR, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand, are trying to promote the active interconnection in these regions so that the power trade can be starting and can flowing smoothly in this region. So this is the quick one, and we think that if we can connect the dots together, this one will promote the active power, multilateral power trade in these regions and in this corner of the world. Next, please. The next one is about to give you some historical developments from bilateral to multilateral and to the regionals. This one trying to summarize and give you the quick views that the benefits from joining and establishing the regional power trade. It can promote the energy security, and it can ensure the energy access to the regions, and also can ensure that we have the optimal energy resource using and sharing, and also it can lower the investment cost and can promote the RE integration to the grid and can promote the long-term decarbonization that is the targets of every countries. So the bilateral, we have started with LAVIA since the year 1968, is the footprint that give us the strong way to move to multilateral power trade between LTM and LTMS, and then we can moving towards to the future prospect of the regional for the sub-regionals, that is the ACMEX. We can promote and increase more members and can also increase the cross regional power trade with other regions as well. So this is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much. Good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee Pumbat. Thank you very much for sharing with us the historical and bring us through the journey of Thailand in driving the cross-border interconnection from the bilateral, multilateral to regional. Thailand is playing a very central role in driving the ASEAN power grid, and also, as you mentioned, that other regional initiatives such as BIMSTEC, GMS or ACMEX, and also highlighted the progress that we made under this LTMS PIPs. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee Pumbat. We will come back to you with more on the discussion later. Next, I would like to give the floor to Puan Marina Binti Mahfudz, Under Secretary, Electricity Supply, Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and the Climate Change of Malaysia, to also brief us on the progress of the cross-border interconnection from the Malaysia perspective. Puan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah, and a very good morning from Putrajaya, Malaysia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to express my utmost appreciation and gratitude to ACE, AREA, and also to Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia for inviting Malaysia to participate in this event this morning. So I will go straight to my presentation. Next slide, please. Okay. Of course, as all of us know, the first pioneer project for the interconnection is LTM, Laos Thailand Malaysia Power Integration Project. So I think for LTM, I don't have to further deliberate on the LTM since my colleague Dr. Pumpat already deliberated very well. So LTM is actually a pioneer project and is a role model that for further continuation, we enter into the LTMS project. So let us go to the next slide. Okay, next please. Okay. For LTMS project, as we know, this project is ongoing. It is for trial period for 2 years, starting from June 2022, and will end in June 2024, which bring the capacity of 100 megawatt and it is based on the non-firm basis. So for LTMS, we don't, as for Malaysia, we just will the electron, and so far as in February 2023, we successfully trade about 234 gigawatt. And currently, I believe Singapore has called for the technical task force meeting in March, 24th of March. And we made to understand that Singapore has the intention to propose to expand the LTMS capacity from 100 megawatt to 300 megawatt, and also to extend the term of project from 2 years trial period to 5 years. And for interconnection between Malaysia and Singapore, actually currently we have 2 times 500 megawatt for the interconnection, but for 500, basically we maintain it for the balancing and also for the security purpose. So there's another 500 more, which of course 100 has been taken up under LTMS PIP. But on top of that, Malaysia also have a current program which is called the Cross-Border Electricity Sale, or we call it as the CBES, which is a commercial electricity trading between two business entities. It is basically is a business and is on the commercial term. And these are some of the programs which we conducted on top of LTMS program. And beside that, I believe the collaboration and also networking between Malaysia and Singapore, and also with Malaysia and Thailand, has been good so far. And we always been helping each other when times needed. But as Dr. Pumpat deliberate just now, for Malaysia and Thailand, the HVDC, there are some technicality constraints where I think, can we go to next slide? Next 2 slides. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. We are currently in the middle of upgrading the interconnection between Malaysia and also Thailand. And currently we are doing the feasibility studies, and TMB and IGAT has agreed to carry out the feasibility studies to explore the option of upgrading the interconnection between Peninsula and also Thailand. This is due to the aging facilities. The HVDC interconnection between Thailand and Malaysia, I think it's already around 30 years of service. And for security purposes, I think beyond 2027, that the interconnection facilities need to be upgraded. Therefore, to expand the capacity and also to extend also the term of the agreement is still under the review of the technical committee. These are some things that I think we need to deliberate further during the LTMS working level meeting, which will be held in Singapore in end of May. Okay, can we go to the slide before this? Before this, okay. Besides LTMS, as for Malaysia, we also have a potential interconnection project between Sabah and North Kalimantan. And currently, Sabah Electricity Sdn Bhd and with Perusahaan Listrik Negara PLN Indonesia is doing the study of interconnection between Malinau and Kalabakan. So this is the study that we hope we can make it a reality soon. And we expect the commercial target to be commercialized by 2030. This is in line with the Kayan hydropower plant that will be completed around 2029 or 2030. So this is some exploration, and we are in the middle of doing the feasibility studies, and Sabah Electricity actually is looking forward to sign an MOU with PLN. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay. And other potential exploration from the interconnection is actually we are also exploring to get a potential renewable energy coming from Vietnam. As you can see from the slide, when we see from the slide, is not that far from Vietnam. TMB also has communicated with Vietnam and also Laos to explore getting renewable energy from Vietnam and also Laos. And we also have the intention to embark for the LTM 3.0. Previously, we have 1.0 and 2.0, and now we are entering for 3.0. And this is also subject to the feasibility studies to upgrade and also to refurbish the interconnection between Malaysia and Thailand. And also, as Dr. Nuki explained just now, we are also looking forward to have a feasibility studies from Malaysia, between Malaysia and Sumatra, to explore the potential renewable energy from Sumatra, especially geothermal, hydro, and so on. So these are the potential studies that is ongoing, that is done by Tenaga Nasional Berhad and also with the Energy Commission. I think that's all the updates from Malaysia. Later on, maybe I will answer from time to time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Marina, for sharing the updates from the Malaysia. And yes, we are also very excited from the ASEAN Center for Energy to support Malaysia and also Indonesia on the two proposed interconnection that's being mentioned. And also, I think it's very interesting to also hear further later about the LTM 3.0 that you mentioned. But for now, allow me to go for our last but not least speaker for the panel session 1, Ms. Agnes Koh, Assistant Director of the External Relations Department, Energy Market Authority of Singapore, to also brief us from the Singapore perspective. Ms. Agnes, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Benny, for the kind introduction. I would also like to thank our colleagues from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources from Indonesia, Director General Bapak Jisma Hutanjalu, and also ACE and IRIA for the very kind invitation. Delighted to be part of this event, and while a bit virtual, I think there's been a very good discussion so far and very interesting perspectives that we've been sharing. So I think this panel discussion is quite unique. Very rarely do we have 4 people talking about the same project, but we all come from different perspectives, and very glad that, you know, this song has been sang in harmony and with some slight variations. So as the chair of the LTMS working group, Singapore is very pleased to be able to see through this project and also to have the strong support of our colleagues from Laos PDR, Thailand and Malaysia for this initiative. And indeed, there's also been some discussions on the expansion, but I'll leave them to a bit later. I've also prepared a deck of slides. I hope to prevent some repetition, so I'll just briefly run through them. Yep, can I have the next slide, please? So as many of you know, this is a historic milestone for ASEAN and also Singapore. We have brought in 100 megawatts of renewable hydropower from Laos PDR through existing interconnectors from Thailand and Malaysia. And this trial is for a 2-year period. Why is this important? Is that this represents the first multilateral cross-border electricity trading involving 4 ASEAN countries. And also for us, it is the first renewable energy import into Singapore by a private company, Keppel Electric. And as you know, to underpin this arrangement, we have an energy wheeling agreement which was signed between Laos and also Thailand, Malaysia state utilities, EDL, EGAT, and also TNP to then facilitate this transmission of electricity. This is a major undertaking and involves many, many officials from both the government and also the utilities, and from outside the private sector, and also a number of other stakeholders, given the different market structure we have in Singapore. We also have the energy market company, our market operator, who's also been involved in this undertaking. Next slide, please. So there's been a lot that has been done since the commencement of the LTMS PIP on 23rd June last year. We have had a lot of media coverage, and in the past 6 months, I think we've given many, many presentations and many interviews on what the LTMS PIP represents for Singapore and also for the region. We have also worked our senior officials very hard. There's been more than 17 LTMS working group meetings. And in addition to that, there's also many different sub-working group meetings. We call them the technical task forces, the legal and also the commercial task force officials who have been very hard at work to then support and also discuss the modalities of putting together the LTMS PIP. And as of last week, happy to share that there's been more than 260,000 megawatts of electricity traded. And what this represents is really how it can power 145,000 households for Singapore. And it may just be a number there, but I think it represents a lot as we grow the renewable energy sector in Singapore as well. Next slide, please. So we are very glad to have the strong intergovernmental support and cooperation. And this has been a regular feature at the various ASEAN Ministers on Energy meetings. So at the 40th ASEAN Minister on Energy meeting last year, we have celebrated the successful commencement of the project. And there has been 3 ministerial meetings convened at past AMMs. And most of them have been virtual because of the pandemic, but we're very happy and looking forward to convening a possible physical one this year with the support of our Indonesian host. So in the third joint statement that we issued, the energy ministers have welcomed further discussions on the enhancement and also future plans. And yes, we've also put on the table some possibilities on both the enhancement of the capacity and also enhancement of the time period and time frame of this. I think we're working very closely with all the utilities and also various stakeholders on putting together a nice, good number as we look forward to the future of the project. Thank you. Yep, I think can move on. Yep. So maybe just as before I end this presentation, I also wanted to give a short sales pitch on the Singapore IEA training that we'll be hosting. This relates very much to the theme of interconnectivity. We'll be holding a training program on regional power grids. I think this is very important as we continue to enhance the capacity of the region, looking at how we can strengthen interconnections, looking at different cross-border initiatives in the region. We'll be hosting it in the week of the Regional Energy Policy and Planning Subsector Network meeting in Singapore on the week of 29 to 31st May. And of course, we look forward to your participation then. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agnes, for sharing with us on the progress of the LTMS, bringing the electron to the Singapore. And then the fantastic achievement that being accomplished, I think, in less a year to transfer around 260,000 megawatt hours or around 260 gigawatt hours. And also very well noted on the information about the upcoming event. I mean, the upcoming training that being organized by Singapore and IEA on these particular topics, and then AEC will be also very happy to support, facilitate, to disseminate the information so that we can have the participation from all of the ASEAN member states. Thank you very much. So we have a presentation from all of our 4 speakers, and now we are moving to the second part of the session once for having a Q&A session. And I also would like to invite everyone who joining with us in person in this room this morning. If you have any question that you would like to raise to our four speakers, and also participants who are joining with us online, if you have any question, feel free to type it in your platform. Then we will try to address to our speakers. And to kick off our Q&A session, that allow me to start with the first question to Mr. Lapso from the context of the Lao PDR. Ili, you mentioned that Lao PDR government is very committed to provide the electricity to support the cross-border interconnection for the neighboring countries, not only neighboring countries in Thailand, but it also now is including to Malaysia and Singapore. From the experience that you have, would you mind to share more about the drivers or also the challenge that being experiencing by the Ministry of Energy of the Lao PDR in pursuing this multilateral agreement, including to establish energy purchase agreement with Malaysia and then Singapore, and also including the topic on the wheeling agreements with Thailand and then Singapore. To Mr. Lapso, if you have you.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Benny. Again, thank you for the opportunity to share. Of course, in the context of Lao PDR, the main key drivers from I would say that successful of our first program with the multilateral trading. Of course, the first thing is we have the very strong support from our government to make it happen, especially we work really closely with the country to implement this. And very important for the successful of this implementation is about the working group, because since we have we signed the MOU for this program, we have setting up the working group who is looking for on more technical details to enhance this power trading. And of course, there are some, of course, we made some problem, and the working group work really closely to each other. We have several meetings time to time to discuss about what happening and how to do resolve it. So these are the from my view on the key drivers to make the successful of this program. And the challenge, of course, the trends now in from now on to the future, many countries look for the clean and renewable energy, and many countries have setting up the target on the zero carbon. This would make our system to be more looking on the how can we make it more stable, and how can we make it supply with the very security, which is of course this is related to the technical view that to support more on the strengthening the system. What I mean is if we have more connecting with our neighboring country, that would give our security of supply more stable. So this is the view of the LAPDR. Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lapso. You mentioned about the challenge that being facing, particularly on the technical issue, but it's also very good to learn that, I mean, we have a strong support from the strong commitment from the governments, not only from Laos in this context, but the 4 countries as part of the LTMS to address this issue. Thank you. And next question, I will go with Dr. Lee Phunpat. It's going to be both from the context of the LTM and also LTMS. Thailand is playing a role as a willing countries. Would you mind to share more with us the experience, the challenge, maybe also lesson learned from the Thailand perspective, or maybe also whether any difference challenge in setting the wheeling agreement during the LTM and LTMS. Dr. Phunpat, if I can invite you to share your views.
Thank you very much, Benny, for asking these questions. I think that first of all, I'd like to thank our predecessors on building the bilateral power trade, which is the reference case for our setting up how to calculate or how to quantify the transmission to be able to transmit the power from one point to the other point. And I think that in terms of the economic point of view, when we're talking about the wheeling charge, this is the economic benefits that the country who owns the transmission line must forego in order to let the electron to pass through the country. If we can understand these benefits correctly, then we can be able to quantify the wheeling value, how much that should be charged. So in terms of the economic value, the marginal benefit and the marginal cost for the last electron, it must be equal. But in terms of the practical point of view, in order to make these things get through and getting done quickly, I think that first thing we must understand the reference case, that is how the country quantify the transmission from within the country and also between the border as well. This is the first 2 things that we must understand. And the second thing is about the how to make sure that the compensation scheme are sensible and can give the long-term future prospect of the corporation. This is something that we must be able to get through this program. I have to thank in the past that we starting from the experience of the LTM 1.0 and 2.0, and then go to the LTMS 1.0. These are the platform that can help us to accumulate the experience and how to understand each other, and can also bridge the gap between our 3 and 4 countries quickly. So I think the regular meeting and also the regular discussion among the task force are very important to promote the interconnection between the 3 countries and 4 countries. So I have to make sure that the other point of view, when we take a look, not only the wheeling charge is the key success factor, but we must understand the overall picture of how the electricity trading will be generated and how can it be transmitted or delivered to the destination point. So I think that the wheeling charge and also the landed price must be take a look together in parallel. It cannot be separate. It must be as a holistic approach. It must be take a look together and then trying to bring the stakeholders to come together from time to time. So I think that this is the key things. And the other things, I think that the challenge that we must in concern is about the institutional arrangement, because a willing charge at the end of the day, we must turn the quantified value into the paper, into the legal forms, and that must require a lot of efforts and a lot of understanding among different parties. So I think that this requires great commitment and also the continued efforts to bring this project to the final days to achieve and can deliver the electrons. So I think this is my experience and my views on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lipumpat. You highlighting the points on the institutional needs to comprehensive look into the issue, address the issue. Also about the pricing, not only in not looking the wheeling charge as a separate with the landed price. It has to be properly addressed from A to Z. And this will be a reference, if I may, to ask Madam Marina. Malaysia previously experiencing as a receiving countries under the LTM, but then under the LTMS, it's as a wheeling countries. And before it's a landed price in the Malaysia, and now it's a wheeling charge. But you also mentioned in your slide that there is a discussion on the LTM 3.0 that's going to be. So from all of this experience, would you mind to brief us more on the lesson learned, the challenge also that being experiencing by the Malaysia, playing a different role previously as a receiving countries and the wheeling countries. Marina.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I can claim saying that the price is increasing. But anyway, okay, as you mentioned just now, that Malaysia has playing two roles. First, becoming the receiving countries under LTM, and secondly is becoming the wheeling country under the LTMS. So of course there are so many challenges. But I think from both experience, the most challenging part is actually on the technical aspect. In this matter, I think I can congratulate all the technical workforce in the four countries. Of course, during LTM, it was three countries. Under LTMS, 4 countries. They have been worked very hard. And the biggest challenge is actually to ensure the security supply of the country. Regardless whether you have an interconnection with your neighboring countries, but bear in mind that the security of supply in the country is always remain the first top priority. So meaning that the supply in the country, it must be stable, and there shouldn't be any interruption in terms of the supply. Therefore, when we enter into LTM and also LTMS, this is the first challenge that we need to address, because as you know, Malaysia, most of our power plant is highly depending on the fossil fuel like coal, gas, and so on, and there are times when you will have like the planned outage, the unplanned outage, and this is the task of the technical committee to ensure when they will or when they receive the electrons, the status of the supply in the country must remain stable. Then only we can proceed to wheel to our neighboring countries. This is the most challenging part, and I can assure you that our technical team has been working very hard to ensure the success of the project. So that is the first challenge that we face. And secondly is about the wheeling charge. to be frank, during LTMS, actually it's not that easy. It took us, I think, weeks, I think, to come up with a much, I can say it's a reasonable willing charge. What are the lending price and so on. But I'm very happy that the collaboration and also the teamwork among the ASEAN countries, especially with Singapore, Thailand, Laos, we have a very good teamwork, and also we always meet from time to time, and we always update in our task force committee, and this helped us a lot actually, because for the LTMS project, like Dr. Pumpat said just now, you need to look it as an overall. You can't separate it between technical and also between economic part of it. You need to put it as an overall project, and then only you can evaluate how much the project costs and how much for you to put the willing charge and so on, and what are the technical requirement, I mean, in order for you to make the project success. And as I have presented just now, moving forward, like between Malaysia and also Thailand, between Tenaga Nasional and also IGAT, the HVDC is quite an aging infrastructure. So to us, we already foresee that there should be an upgrading and also refurbishment on the infrastructure and facility in order for the smooth trading of the electrons. So these are the things that the constraint, I mean the challenge, not only looking into the economic factor, but also what are the limitations in terms of the facilities, and also what are the equipments that you need, to make things much more smoother in the future. So I hope the networking, the good collaboration between ASEAN countries will continue on, and moving forward, we will also have integration with Indonesia, Sumatra, and also between Sabah and North Kalimantan. And we're also looking forward, what are the challenges, I mean, in terms of to make the project success, then you need to upgrade your facilities and also your infrastructures. So, and this all involve costs, it's very costly, and from there only that we can totally calculate what is the total overall cost for the project, and also what are the right charges that we can bring forward to our neighboring countries. I think that's all for now.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Madam
Chair.
Marina. And then I think this is a very solid foundation from the lesson learned and experience that will be very useful, especially in the context of Malaysia. There is a lot of new interconnection projects as being planned. And next, if I may go to Agnes. Based on my notes from the previous, that's going to be for LTM, 2 years it's transmit around 30 gigawatt hours, and then in the LTM 2.0 is down to only around 2 gigawatt hours. But in the context of LTMS, in the less than 1 year is around 260 gigawatt hours that being transmitted. So as a chair of this LTMS PIP, would you mind to share? So what is happening? What is the experience? What is the lesson learned that, I mean, the cumulative experience, lesson learned that from this cross-border interconnection that being effectively implemented under this LTMS PIP, so that we show the tremendous achievement that on the electrons being transmitted. Ms. Agnes.
Thank you very much, Benny, for the question. Maybe just to establish a key difference between the past projects and also the LTMS. I think what we have looked for on the LTMS is really to have a firm arrangement. So if you would see Malaysia's GSO website, we've actually have it shows the timeline of the flow coming into Singapore, and also it's probably at about I think the last I checked yesterday was about 12 hours trading at different capacities. So I think with this regularity of flow, I think that's why it gives good numbers in that sense. Maybe I can also then answer your question from a broader perspective on the benefits of interconnections in the region. I think what we have seen as a really stepping stone from this LTMS is that it brings very significant benefits, both on from all perspectives in the economy, also as we can see, and also the environment. As we're importing renewable energy, what we can then really look forward to is to tap on these clean sources from Laos that Singapore will not be able to tap on with our own geographical constraints. And then we can then push the boundaries of decarbonization for the renewable and also looking at the clean energy jobs. And we see that a lot of reports and also the ARENA has done an interesting study on this, talking about the growth of renewables in Southeast Asia, and then how we can then tap on some of these different changes in our renewable energy system to then bring in better jobs and also to help some of the transitions from the fossil fuel jobs. So all around, we think that renewable energy is a very promising way to then meet the environmental objectives and also the economic objectives as well. And I think what Dr. Phumpat had also shared in his slide on how the different benefits of interconnectivity, he also mentioned mutual support. And we see that that is also indeed an arrangement that Singapore has benefited from being connected to Malaysia grid, with some instances where we had emergency arrangements that we had to tap into it. So definitely mutual support is then a very critical part as we look at more interconnectivity in the region. I think all that we have discussed so far really points to some tangible benefits, but importantly, we also want to then implement our minister's vision. And every year it appears in the AMEM declarations on how ASEAN Power Grid and also the Trans-ASEAN Gas Pipeline are important initiatives. And we look for more opportunities where we then can implement our minister's instructions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your view on that. We have a few more minutes in this session one. If I may invite anyone in this room, if you have any question. Yes, please. So we have one question from the floor. Please mention the names. I know you mention the names and the question to who is to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Benny. And my name is Shigeru Kimura. And I'm in charge of the special advisor on the energy affairs area. Thank you very much. It's excellent for speakers and excellent MC. Thank you. And I have one question to the panelists and also the moderators. Now LTMS is generate electricity by the hydropower, then use this electricity by Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. Because hydropower electricity is clean, no emit CO2. The current is capacity 100 megawatt, so that I think it is no problem. But if upgrade to the 300, 500, 1,000 megawatt capacity increasing, so that I think, and also the hydropower in Laos, it's very depend on the season. Wet season is okay, but the dry season, hydropower output going down. So that maybe it's not, it is insufficient for the Singapore electricity demand, for example. In this case, during the Laos and Singapore, Thailand, there is Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia. Thailand is very famous of the gas power generations, and also the Malaysia is very famous of the coal and gas power generations. So that I'm very wondering the dry season, Singapore use electricity from Thailand or Malaysia due to the lack of the electricity electricity supply come from the Lao PDR. So in this case, LTMs is contribute to the clean energy supply or not. So that that's my awareness or question to how is a dry season, how to evaluate this electricity come from Laos or Thailand or Malaysia. So I think wet season is okay, no problem. But if dry season electricity shortage in Lao PDR, how do you consider the LTMS? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shigeru Kamura from the area. I think that simplified the question that Singapore to make sure that you got a green electricity is coming from the Laos. So any of our four speaker would like to respond to the question?
Benny, please.
Yes, please, Mr. Lapso.
Mr. Kimura, thank you for the question. And of course, this is one of the challenges. Well, from the view of Lao PDR, which is the starting point of the generation for the LTMS PIP. Of course, in the future, because in Lao PDR, not only hydropower are the potential in Lao PDR, we also have the potential in the solar and wind. So, of course, in the short term, which means in these few years, there will be some shortage, of course. But we try our best to diversify, and in future, this another technology, renewable technology, would become to the system. As you may see that there is a project which is nearly to start the wind farm, but that one plan to export electricity to Vietnam. But in parallel, we also have the study on wind power, wind farm in the southern area of Lao PDR, which is the potential. Of course, they are very, very big potential in that area. And together with that, the solar farm also one of the options that we are thinking about a kind of hybrid system. But all of this, of course, we have to very careful about the technical term, especially the grid impact study. Of course, we have a seasonal resource. However, if we can manage or operate the hydropower with the large reservoir, that would be one of the solutions to resolve the issue on the shortage. This is the view of the Lao PDR would like to share with the audience. Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you very much. If there's any other speaker would like to also respond to the question? Dr. Lee Pumpat from Thailand, please.
Yes, I think that when we think about to deliver the green electricity to the destination, I would like to draw the analogy like we are eating wasabi, you know. When we taste the wasabi, sometimes it's spicy, but we have to accept that it's also tasty as well. So when we have to accept this together, for the green energy, we must understand the pros and cons at the same time. I think that the seasonality effect is something is uncontrollable, and we must be sit down and talk together how to handle with this kind of the fluctuation. I think it's not only the duty or the responsibility of Lao PDR. It also depends on the availability of the country who are in cooperation in this program as well. So I think that in terms of the Lao PDR, I think they have tried their best to bring the electron to the customer, to the buyers, as much as they can. But I think that from time to time, when we understand the physical constraint and the seasonality effect, I think things has been to adjust more in an appropriate way. And I think that this is also requires some flexibility as what you have mentioned. And this is something that also at the end of the day, we must understand each other and put our commitment together. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lipumpat. Then I think just to add from our perspective in ACE, under the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan study, we studies to optimize all kind of renewable energy potential in addition to the hydro and which is also in the solar and wind in all of the ASEAN countries. From the AIMS-3 studies that we identify around 62 sites of renewable energy and around, I forget the numbers, around 8,000 terawatt hours potential from the solar. And when it's fully operational at the regional level, we'll be able to transmit and all of renewable energy generation. So that when one country's, as Dr. Lipumpat mentioned, its responsibility is within all of the countries. So when one country is having lack of supply, then renewable energy will be able to be supplied from the other country. But of course, we need a very strong interconnection between the countries. And then ASEAN is being presented by the four speakers that making a progress towards a regional integration on these multilateral power trades. I'm not sure that whether we have time to conclude. I think already passed the given times. So I apologize that we're not able to take all the questions, but on behalf of the organizer, me as the moderator would like to convey our highest appreciation to all of the speakers who are joining with us this morning. Mr. Lieutenant Lapso from the Lao PDR, Dr. Lipumpat from the Thailand, Madam Marina from the Malaysia, and Miss Agnes from Singapore. I would like to invite everyone to give a big applause to all of our speakers this morning. Thank you very much. So with that, allow me to also end my role as a moderator for the session one, and I would like to pass it back to our MC. Thank you very much.
For your excellent moderation, to all panelists and speakers who have shared their expertise with us today, and also thank you to all participants who asked us questions. Also to online participants, we are very sorry that we cannot address your question by one, but we hope that the overall event can at least answer your question. A little housekeeping notes for me. I would like to remind everyone that this room is equipped with Wi-Fi connection. You can connect to our Wi-Fi without any password. And also on the table, there is a QR code that you can send. And in the QR code, you can access all the presentation materials and the documents that are related to this workshop. So you can scan it and download all materials as needed. We would also want to remind you that after this event, we have another workshop on the improving energy security in islands and remote grids in Asia through utilizations of emerging clean energy innovation. everyone is invited to join us for our second workshop. Okay, now we will continue with the session 2 on the development of the intergovernmental agreement to advance multilateral electricity trading in the ASEAN power grid. Please allow me to invite to the stage our moderator, Professor Yung Ho Chang from the Singapore University of Social Sciences. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. This morning, during the session 1, we witnessed the development status of cross-border power trade in the IPZ from 4 speakers for Laos and Thailand and Malaysia and Singapore. So now in session 2, we will see the development status of the intergovernmental agreement that could promote multilateral electricity trade in the APZ. And we have 2 presentations, one from IRIA online and another in person from ASCAP and IEA. And we also have panelists who will join in person as well as online. So let me introduce our first speaker, Dr. Yan-Fei Li from AREA. He will join us online. Okay. Is he on here?
Dr. Chang, I can hear you. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Good to see you, Yan-Fei. Okay, you look great.
Good to see you.
Okay, let me introduce Dr. Yan-Fei Li. Dr. Yan-Fei Li is a research fellow with both the Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia in AREA and an international economic policy think tank and China Development Institute in Shenzhen, one of the top think tanks in China. He simultaneously serves as the Deputy Secretary General of the Special Committee on Hydrogen Energy of China Energy Research Society. He is also currently an associate professor with the Henan University of Technology and Business. He specializes in energy market, energy policy, and economics of technological change, serving the interests of both academic and public sectors. His recent research covers hydrogen economy, the modeling of hydrogen and electric energy system, and cross-border power trade. His academic papers appear on top field journals such as Energy Economics, Energy Policy, Journal of Clean Production, International Journal of Hydrogen Energy, and Technological Focusing and Social Changes. And he also contributes opinion articles to public media such as South China Morning Post, The Diplomat, and China Daily, and the Nikkei ASEAN Review, and the ASEAN Post. He acquired a PhD in economics from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore, and bachelor's degree in economics from Peking University in Beijing. I have a privilege to work with Dr. Yan-Fei Li for many researches, or we also published the paper together. Okay. Now I invite Dr. Yan-Fei Li for your presentation. About 8 to 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Will the host there be playing my slides, or should I share my screen here?
You can share your screen on your end.
Okay, okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Prof. Chan. Good to see you here, and thanks for the introduction. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this presentation. I would like to elaborate a little bit on the past AGTP and ATSO studies, which has already been mentioned earlier this morning by ACE CEO. These two projects were actually conducted about 4 or 5 years ago. Back then, we managed to accomplish several reports, including the project report, the guidelines for the formation of the institutions, and also the implementation plans. As you can see from this slide, that the two institutions proposed back by them, one called AGTP, the other called ATSO. AGTP is for the Assam Power Grid and Assam Generation and Transmission Planning. And ATSO is obviously for the Assam's transmission system operation. So these two actually share the common purposes of, for example, maximizing the economic potential of APG, ensure system safety and reliability, incentivizing investment on the transmission infrastructure, and preparing for the open access for the transmission capacity, and so on. So that's the shared goals of these two institutions. And also because of the possibility of sharing certain organizational infrastructure, organizational resources to support the functioning of these two institutions. Eventually, during the study, we came up with the idea that perhaps just one organization is enough, but it will have two subsections or subsectors, one called AGTP and one called ATSO. So this common organization, by that time, we dubbed it as the Assam Power Pool Institute. But of course, we have no objection if in reality, later this is developed as the Multilateral Power Trade Institute or the APG Institute. Next, a little bit elaboration on the contents of the reports that were delivered by that time. The ATSO and AGTP reports each focused on the different activities that were supposed to either support the transmission operation or the planning of the infrastructure. So you can see from these two slides that each of them have different focuses. And we also developed a roadmap to carry out the establishment of this organization and also the continuous activities to be carried out by these two institutions. So you can see that this is not a once and for all effort. It's not saying that we establish this institute and it will automatically enable the multilateral trade of electricity in Assam. Actually, many things to be done. So we designed a strategy that these two institutions will grow stage by stage, and during this process, we solve each and different barriers faced by the implementation of a common electricity market in Assam. That's our final goal. But of course, to begin with, we need to solve problems such as the common grid code, the other standards that are necessary to ensure the smooth and reliable operation of the transmission system, and so on. But very importantly, the first step is actually here to sign some sort of intergovernmental agreement, so that all the other steps that come later are authorized and legal. Having said so about the staged kind of a strategy to implement these two institutions, you can see that the dark blue items are actually for the initial stage of establishment of this institute, and the light blue ones are actually for advanced stage. And we also pictured that the existing institutional infrastructure such as Hapwa and APGCC to play a more extended role in the future ASEAN Power Pool Institute. And we also see that this is a natural evolution of Hapwa and APGCC to go into the next stage. As we show in the detailed roadmap, actually several agreements are to be developed and signed by ASEAN countries, so that eventually this multilateral power trade can be enabled in a way that is legal and fully authorized. The first one, as I said, is the intergovernmental agreement, but we will not stop there. We have to move further to a cooperation agreement for the establishment of the APP organization, followed by several other more technical kind of agreements on the operational guidelines and network codes. Here are some simplified milestones to be achieved following our roadmap. And these are the details of the activities to achieve these milestones. You can find all these details in the area research report about AGTP and ATSO. Now, allow me to quickly jump to the topic about the current study about enabling the agreement for establishing the MTP or AGTP institutions. We perceive that ASEC will be playing the leading role, and then Hapwa and APGCC to provide the practical guidance on the development of this project, and the area ACE and the international consultants will jointly develop this project technically. The objective, of course, is to provide a implementable kind of draft of the high-level intergovernmental agreements. And this draft agreement will take into consideration the tasks already outlined in the APIC Phase 2, especially regarding the intergovernmental coordination and facilitation mechanism, and also about assessing the need and feasibility of existing institutional infrastructures for implementing multilateral power trade, so that we will try to build upon what is existing and ensure that the expanded or extended functions of the institution in ASEAN is sufficient to support the coming multilateral power trade. Regarding the methodology, we will basically do desktop studies, while we'll also convene workshops with experts and senior officials from both government and utility companies from the region to ensure that we arrive on consensus about each of the technical items to be written into the intergovernmental agreement. So in this process, we picture that the existing institutions like Hapwa and APGCC and AERN to play critical role to provide intellectual support for the successful implementation of this research. So this is a simplified workflow of this implementation of the proposed new project. With that, I thank you for listening, and we would like to welcome any comments, feedback from you, so that we can together make it a successful project and make it a real important contribution to this critical step towards multilateral power trade in ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan-Pei Lee, for your presentation on how we can establish the international cooperation and agreement that can facilitate the cross-border power trade. As we have seen in European cases and other countries, the transmission system operator is critical in promoting and making and promoting cross-border power trade. So thank you again, Dr. Yan-Pei Lee, for briefing your new project, which can make the international agreement can be possible, which can facilitate the cross-border power trade. And I would like to invite our the next speaker. Is first Miss Randy Christensen. Can I invite you two in the, and also we have Mr. Isaac Portugal. Can I invite those of you on stage? And Mr. Randy Christensen is an Economic Affairs Officer with the United Nations ASCAP Energy Division. With UN ASCAP, she works on a broad range of connectivity issues across the Asia-Pacific region, but has a special focus on cross-border connectivity for the power sector. Before joining UN ASCAP, Randy worked for the IEA in the Renewable Integration and Secure Electricity Unit, where she advised government in Southeast Asia, China, India on matters related to renewables integration, cross-border power trade, and power system flexibility. Earlier in her career, she worked for the Danish transmission system operator on implementation of European network cores, as well as a power trader, trading in various European markets. She holds a master's in economics from Aalborg University. And Mr. Isaac Portugal, from Energy Analyst, Clean Energy Transitions, Renewable Integration, the Secure Electricity Unit, International Energy Agency. He is energy analyst in the Renewable Energy Integration and Secure Energy Electricity within the Directorate of Energy Market and Security in the International Energy Agency in OECD. Okay. Prior to his arrival at the IEA, Isaac worked for the private and public sectors in Mexico and abroad. Some of his previous experience include the Mexican Ministry for Energy, the International Renewable Energy Agency, General Electric, ESTA International, Bravos Energia, among other institutions. Expert on electricity market design, policy making, grid integration studies from the technical, regulatory, and policy making perspective, as well as electricity market price forecast and transmission and generation planning. PhD in engineering and an MSc in sustainable energy systems, both from the University of Edinburgh, United Kingdom. Okay, so, please.
I think it's not connected. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you for inviting us as IEA for being here. I would just like, is the presentation on? Okay. So we're going to do the presentation together. I'm going to set the scene, and I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, Randy, to finish the presentation. Just to set the scene from the IEA perspective, we're going to talk about a feasibility study of multi-power trade that we did for the Asia region. This work started in 2017 when the Asian region requested this feasibility study. The feasibility study mainly wanted to answer one question: if multi-power trade agreement possible in the region? And the answer is yes. And also the study set policy advice and some minimum requirements that are needed for setting the multi-power trade. What are some of the models that were developed in this feasibility study? There are three models, but first of all, I would like to say the way these were built is not as ladders, as they have to complete one to go to the next one, and they are stepwise, meaning that every country can choose the kind of engagement they want to get from the other one. So three models are presented here. Harmonized bilateral trading, that is something that can be achieved probably near term, and that's obviously requires the engagement from bilateral governments and setting rules, what is happening at the moment. We have a secondary model in which national dispatch and national systems provide energy by themselves, and then only the rest is traded in the region. It is a model that is used, for instance, in Central America, and it's a model that is proposed in the Andean region, Bolivia, Ecuador, and Latin American countries. And then we have a third model, which is a primary trading model, when you have one regional operator that is operating the entire network from all the resources, and it's optimizing all the region. And just to point about the question about seasonal variability, this will require complete interaction between systems and between countries and optimizing resources, but that would also mean depending on each other's for reliability, and that is really important, especially if interconnections are AC. And what are the minimum requirements for these multi-power trade agreements? Of course, you need political will and intergovernmental agencies. On the technical side, harmonization of the technical standards, grid codes, but it's not only grid codes, it's also setting from the get-go who is going to be responsible if there is an outage in some place in the grid. And there's also the coordination arrangements. What are the settlement mechanisms? What are the periods, etc. I will then give the floor to my colleague.
Thank you. To continue this, if we look at the minimum requirements and relate it to this session, I've put the political requirements in the center because, as my colleague just before very well noted, it's really important that there are political agreements that ensure that the relevant institutions of ASEAN can work on the other minimum requirements. For example, establishing data sharing in the region might mean that at a political level, you agree on which types of data are you going to share at a very high level, so that it gives guidance to your stakeholders in the ASEAN region. Also, for example, understanding the role of the different entities within ASEAN is going to be really important to underpin with political agreements. For example, understanding how HAPWA and EARN relate to each other and exchange information, and which roles they have in relation to each other when setting up some of the more detailed technical units is going to be really, really important, because otherwise there's simply not enough legal foundation for this to move forward. And thereby, I think that the political agreements that we're discussing here in this session today really create the foundation for ASEAN to move from a study stage of MPT to a implementation stage on full APG level. Obviously, I do recognize the significant achievements done by the LTMS, but if we want to progress from there, potentially some ASEAN-wide intergovernmental agreements can be very useful. If we go to the last slide here, I would like to discuss intergovernmental agreements and governance. So governance, to me, sounds a little bit boring, but it's difficult to set up, and it's really, really important. So it's two things that actually make us really, we need to pay attention to this, because good governance is at the heart of establishing, for example, roles and responsibilities between EARN, HAPWA, also ACE, for example, because they are playing an extremely important role in the APG at the moment, but making sure that there's a governance that's underpinned by political agreements on that to make it even stronger is really important. Funding. That's a word we all kind of are a little bit scared of because it's tricky. This is not easy, but understanding what the different member states might contribute to new institutions is important. I've put something that I think is relevant for ASEAN is observer versus active status. I think the ASEAN Power Grid has a really beautiful foundational principle of voluntary and stepwise. This means that some subregions can go faster than others, but this also means that you need to understand what are the roles between an observer and the active people actually needing the institutions now, and how does that relate to funding, how does that relate to voting power, because in the spirit of ASEAN, which is an extremely collaborative environment, I think we want to make sure that there's some agreements that enable the countries that are not yet active, maybe because they don't have interconnection to the rest of ASEAN, to still have a voice at the table because they want to come in at a later point. But then you don't want the first movers to have run away with it all. You want this to be, as I said, in the spirit of collaborative ASEAN way. Changes and adaptations. MPT across the world is something that happens in a very harmonized or organic way. I don't think there's any model in the world that hasn't developed slowly and adapted to changes in power mixes or political situations or whatever. In the governance structures, and thus in the intergovernmental agreements, you need to make sure that there's provisions for this, because otherwise you might get something that's very sticky, and I don't think that's in the interest of ASEAN to do that. And then last but not least, really important, dispute resolution. I know this is a specific thing in the minimum requirements, but dispute resolution, because it has a very, very legal nature, and I know that ASEAN already has dispute resolution methods at the very high level, ASEAN Secretariat level, but potentially you need something that is very specific to energy, because energy is something that happens, or power systems is something that happens instantaneously. So potentially some of the dispute resolution mechanisms that you have at an ASEAN level already are not appropriate for power systems. So all of this requires really, really strong governance, and strong governance is set out in intergovernmental agreements. So I think this is why understanding and taking a step back, not necessarily just making intergovernmental agreements on specific institutions like the ATSO, but more for the governance structure, is something that will really facilitate the ASEAN Power Grid to take its next steps. And with that, I know there's strong institutions already, like ASEAN Secretariat, like ACE, like HAPWA, like EARN, and international organizations like ESCAP or IA, IRENA, AREA, and so on, that are very willing to help facilitate this. And that is all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Dr. Isaac and Ms. Lindy. Would you please come to sit here? Yeah, and will join me. We hear the good presentation from the project from Dr. Yan-Pei Lee. Also, we hear from Dr. Isaac regarding how what kind of framework and progress that we need, and also lengthy, put the importance of political will. You may agree with me that the technology for cross-border power trade is mature. Economic implications of cross-border power trade are sound. The last obstacle, what we have to overcome, is the political will, as she presented. Okay. With that, I would like to ask a question to our three presenters. And may I invite the panelists from joining online? So, Mr. Joni, are you here with us?
I am here. Thank you,
okay.
Mr. Young Ho.
Right. And Mr. Joni Amanen?
I'm here, Mr. Young Ho.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, but would you talk? Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so let me introduce Mr. Joni Amanen from Nordpool Consulting. Mr. Joni Amanen is a senior consultant at Nordpool Consulting with experience of wholesale electricity market and power pool development. Joni is an expert in EU electricity market, coupling and power market operation. Joni's background is in the software implementation for the European electricity market coupling, both from the single-day ahead coupling and single intraday coupling market. Having been actively involved in developing the Nordpool market coupling system for integrating power exchange into the European platform, since then, Joni has worked Nordpool Consulting, the consulting arm of Nordpool, and has taken part in projects for power market development and design in the EU, Eastern Europe, and Africa. Joni has a master's degree in energy technology in Aalto University in Finland. Okay. Okay. I would like to ask the question to presenters, also panelists. So let me ask the first question to Dr. Yan-Fei Li. Considering your expertise in power trade and transmission and design and development, how soon can we expect the intergovernmental agreement to be signed by how many countries?
Well, Prof. Chan, thank you for this very important but also difficult question, I think. For economists, it's always difficult for us to make projections or predictions. But I would say that the signing of this kind of agreement, not necessarily this one, but maybe a different one, because at this stage, I think the difficulty, as our expert from UNESCEP just mentioned, that not every country is already physically connected to the ASEAN power grid yet. And the infrastructure is still to be built. So this means that the willingness or the necessity of countries to discuss on this issue and then signing a joint agreement is would appear to be different. But I also agree with her point that even though not physically connected, being connected physically, or actually we can also talk about virtual interconnection, some virtual trading once a integrated market is established is also possible. I think maybe Joni can share on this point later how this could happen in the European setup. And so I think that to make sure that a integrated market can really be kicked off as soon as possible, then this agreement should be signed. This or that kind of agreement, but serving the same purpose, should be signed as soon as possible. So maybe in 1 year or 2 years, hopefully. And the second part is about Can I ask you to repeat your second part of the question?
Okay, first question was how soon is the timeline. Second question was how many countries do you expect to sign?
Yes, I would say that hopefully all countries can come in to sign, but also this, as we have discussed about the so-called stage strategy, that this institution can be implemented stage by stage. So that ideally the agreement can be signed by all countries, but this can also be a staged development that the countries deemed as really ready can sign first, and at a later stage, when multilateral electricity trading is coming from a direct or point-to-point way to a complicated way, in the sense that multiple nodes come into the trading. Multiple nodes means multiple countries or multiple trading points, as we have seen in the European case. One country can be divided into several trading zones. So when this trading gets more complicated and they see that the multilateral agreement is really necessary to enable more advanced patterns of trade, then other countries can come in to join. So I have no objection to either way, the once and for all way that all countries sign it, or in a staged way that there is a group of fast movers, and then other countries can join later when they think is necessary and possible.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan-Pei Lee, for your insightful comment and opinions. Okay, may I invite our another panelist, Mr. Benny, to stage? Okay, let me move on to ask the next question to Ms. Landy Christensen. Okay, Landy. Ms. Landy, can you provide a concrete example of an area where multilateral agreement could advance the development of multilateral electric trade from study to implementation stages, for taking the example from the world or other reasons as well? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for the question. I actually think that I will bring the example to this region, because I think we've seen a lot of great examples today of things that need to happen. Dr. Nuki earlier very expertly pointed to a feasibility study that ACE is undertaking from between Malaysia and Indonesia, for example. And I could bring different examples, but I want to kind of give a nod to the fact that we're in Jakarta and we have the ASEAN chairmanship with Indonesia. So let me start here. I think we've seen from the AIMS study and also from the ambitions presented by our earlier panelists that there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built in ASEAN in order to really make an interconnected region where multilateral power trade will really has its roots. And building infrastructure is not easy. I know I'm all problems today, I'm really sorry. But what I would like to say on that is that I think what ACE is doing could actually be a really, really strong foundation, because you are working right now with PLN and TNB to figure out how to do a feasibility study that hopefully will end up securing financing. And to ensure that the APG is built in an affordable way, I think it's really, really important to try to, and again, this is up to the ASEAN member states, it's just a suggestion, do not take it as prescriptive, but it's important to say that providing streamlined methods of doing feasibility studies and actually presenting these to financial institutions might be a way to bring down cost, because it enables all 10 ASEAN member states to go into a dialogue with the banks and other institutions like the MDBs, also the regulators in your countries from the utility sides, to actually figure out what is needed in a feasibility study to be acceptable and to lead to implementation and financing. And if you have to utilities every time, maybe you can kind of take some of this work, the foundational work that ACE is already leading now, and with ACE being a very strong institution within ASEAN, to build a framework that potentially, hopefully, ASEAN member states could agree upon, which then also provides certain steps that you need to go through when considering a new infrastructure interconnection project. And this, in order to agree on this, I think an intergovernmental agreement kind of signing up to those principles would be relevant. So I think that would be a concrete example where we're not necessarily talking about the actual trade, but multilateral power trade in ASEAN is more than just trade, it's also infrastructure, and making sure that this is built in a consistent, affordable manner will support the APG in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landy, for your insightful comment. Okay, I agree with you that ACE must have a critical role to make the feasible study to workable implementation. Okay. Right. So let me ask, my next question goes to Mr. Isaac Portugal. Okay, you are from IEA now. Okay, I'm working at IEA. Based on international outlook of IEA, what do you see as the most urgent area that need addressing to advance the APG in its implementation stage?
Yes, thank you for the question. From the IEA, the international perspective, what we have seen that works in other regions, I will come back to my colleague's point, governance. Setting governance, it's really important, even if whether the infrastructure is there or not. What we have seen, and many examples of this, Central America has it's an interconnected power system, and having a regional regulator, a strong regional regulator that can interact with national regulators and has the tools necessary to talk to them and to agree upon different points. It's very important. I will not say that necessarily a regional operator, but going to governance and making sure that communication is streamlined between regulators, between operators, is really important, and that would move forward after just intergovernmental agreements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac, for your comment and answer to my question. Okay, regional operator is critically important. Okay, I agree with that. With that, I want to ask Mr. Zoni Harmanen. Are you there, right? Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, could you share a specific instance where intergovernmental agreement have been successfully employed to promote multilateral electricity trade, please?
Thank you for the question. That's a good one. And I could give two examples. One notable instance would be the successful intergovernmental agreement facilitating multilateral electricity trade in the Southern African Power Pool, SAPP. Established in 1995 by the Southern African Development Community, the SAPP has made a significant impact on electricity trade in the Southern African region. The SAPP includes 12 countries represented by their respective electric power utilities, and the institution is founded based on an intergovernmental memorandum of understanding. Such intergovernmental agreement indicates the political will to improve energy security, promote the integration of renewables, and to optimize resources in the region. As with the SAPP's case, an intergovernmental agreement would set the framework for the stepwise developing multilateral electricity trading in the ASEAN region. And establishing the APG institutions through an intergovernmental agreement is a key step on this path. Then again, we have the European example where Nord Pool was established almost exactly 30 years ago. But Nord Pool is different from SAPP in that it was established by originally one country, Norway, and when liberalizing their electricity markets and unbundling their vertically integrated utilities, the other Nordic countries joined one by one. So I would say that there's a combination of these two approaches that might be the most likely one if I follow what Dr. Jantre just earlier described, that maybe not all member states need to be on board from the start. But as with the SAPP, all of the member countries in the Southern African region signed the agreement from the get-go. So I think there are options. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer to my questions, like sharing us two examples, like Southern African nations as well as the Nord Pool. Okay, then may I ask Mr. Benny? Okay, I think you are the only insider, okay, and also our panelists thoughtfully point out that AC should act a critical role. Okay, as an insider, also you are working with ACE. Okay, how do you think to promote or bring the multilateral agreement, as our two panelists mentioned that not necessarily the 10 countries at the first step. Okay. Do you have any idea or comment or or you have in your mind for this how to promote multilateral agreement to be made within ASEAN and eventually that promote successful multilateral electricity trade in the region?
Thank you very much, Professor, for the question. I'm recalling the approach that we have for the ASEAN power grid in pursuing the goal for the multilateral power trades. And it's starting with the bilateral approach and then move to sub-regional approach with the end of the day, the goal, the aspiration that to have a complete integrated regional interconnection, not only physically that we are speaking, but it's also the system, the market, the governing on that one. And then, and this approach is very much in line with IEA and then the studies that being presented to the minister back in 2 years ago, if I might recall that the stepwise approach that we do on that putting a trading at the bilateral as we have seen, that we have the 7,720 megawatts of cross-border interconnection is happening right now. That number is only for the system to system, but if we include the point to point where it also exists like in Thailand and Laos or Thailand and Cambodia, I think the 15,000 gigawatts is already existing. And then now it's being pushed at the more countries. I mean, it's going to be, as we also hear this morning, that discussion between two governments is already a big part of it. 3 governments, 4 governments to sit down together in the room to discuss everything. And I mean, how they govern this trading, how they set the pricing, that who will get how much from this kind of process, and then and also like the point that Mr. Kimura mentioned that okay, we are discussing about the bringing renewable energy, but what happened during the process will impacting not renewable energy. That's going to be is I mean this is the process that we are experiencing. That's going to be in the countries, and then what I highlighted the recommendation or the finding from the two studies, the IEA with the feasibility study on multilateral power trade, with area study with the ETSO, AGTP, where NERPOL is also part of it, is really providing insight on the stepwise basis for the ASEAN to take. It is not an always one-way direction. I mean, sometimes that if anyone realizes that LTMS is not in the APG maps actually. I mean, it's not in original APG map plans. It can be, but then the country is progressing, exploring the discussion that if we can't pursue this, I mean, that's gonna be, if we have a challenge to pursue this interconnection, how if we see and open the discussion to also look at another opportunity, and then this is where the importance of the, I mean, governing it to some extent. I mean, at end of the day, it needs to be institutionalized that so that it can cover the intention, the issue from everyone. That's what I can share.
Thank
Professor.
you very much, Mr. Benny, for sharing your insightful thought. As we have witnessed, we have a successful bilateral trade, power trade in GMS. It can be replicated in, as we have seen in the morning, like in Kalimantan or the country between, I mean, Thailand and Malaysia. Now it can be extended to Singapore, and after that, Singapore to Indonesia. And with that, it can be a more, I mean, through multilateral power trade we will see in the future. Okay, now we hear the panelists' answers about questions. So may I invite from audience, anyone want to ask question? If you have any question, please raise your hand and identify yourself and to whom you want to ask question. Does anyone? Okay, please, Mr. Kimura.
Thank you, Professor Chan, and also thank you very much, every panelist and in person and online. So I think that UNESCAP release is Ms. Landis is mentioned about the political leadership is very, very important to set up the multilateral trade in the ASEAN region. But I have different opinions. So that, but anyway, political leadership is, I think, also very important. But once decided, the policy people decide, but no action. So that is the reality in the ASEAN region. So that LTMS, why LTMS now established? Already it's a bilateral trade. That is an economic reason between the countries, Thailand, Laos, PDR, so that Thailand need electricity, so that they import Laos electricity from Thailand. So that also Cambodia, it's a lack of the electricity, so they need electricity, so that connect to the Thailand, connect to the Vietnam, and also the Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, and Malaysia. So that anyways, economic reasons, or it's bilateral trade is now developed. Then once bilateral trade is established in Indo-China region, so that why don't you agree to transport electricity from Laos to the Singapore? So that you know, the need to talk about the price tariff. Then political discussion will be needed. So that I think we need to pay attention to different culture in Asia region. That is a little bit, it's different from the European peoples and the United States. So that's my point, and I fully, partially agree the strong political agreement, but technical issues and also institutional issue is also very, very important in the ASEAN region. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gora, for your comment. Does anyone want to respond to his comment? Oh, Landy, please.
Thank you very much. I want to clarify here that I don't think what I meant was not that political will is an end-all be-all, but I think the political will paves the way for the technical studies and agreements to go forward. I think we need to respect the fact that tying together a power system, especially if you're doing it with AC lines, you're tying together systems of national security. This cannot be done lightly, and it cannot be done without political agreements, because it does affect the security of your individual country. And I think without having to point too much to where the world is today, I think that is a valid consideration, and I think it needs to be respected. That being said, I agree with the comment just made that political will won't create specific actions. You can't ask politicians to design a settlement mechanism, for example. It makes no sense. So, thank you.
Any Isaac or Benny? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I will just add that definitely technical problems are not solved by political will, but political will, when it's enough, it can push to solve problems in the context where they are. The question, the comment here was that there's a need for energy in Laos and Cambodia. And of course, in interconnection is a solution, interconnection with different countries. And then we have to set that context, and then you need political will to push the solutions forward. Of course, sometimes that political will can be created in different ways, not coming from the top, but from very strong technical arguments, but it's absolutely required.
Mr. Benny, you want to add any comment?
Just small. I mean, from our study, the ASEAN Interconnection Master Plan studies, that we identified, I think, around 18 interconnection in ASEAN countries. And all of this 18 interconnection is technically feasible and economically feasible. So these 2 points is being addressed. And now we are having a good momentum where the countries are having a good political will to pursue in progressing with this cross-border interruption. So it's not something that we need to pick which one is more important, that this is something, a package. And then from ASEAN perspective, we are progressing in the right direction. I mean, particularly under the chairmanship of Indonesia, that we're expecting to also have a strong commitment or statement about that, how the ASEAN moving in this directive. Thank you.
All right. Okay. The 2 panelists from online, do you want to add any comment on Mr. Kimura's opinions, Yan-Pei or Mr. Joni?
Yeah, if I can have a minute, I would like to share my point that that can be added to the previous comments from our other panelists on site. What I want to mention is economic rationale is maybe more important than the technical rationale, because as you all have mentioned, that technological problems have already been solved, or technologies mature to support multilateral trading. For sure, I believe in that. But the problem is that, for example, Thailand currently has multiple countries connected to it. So the coordination of these power flows to or from different countries can be managed by one country's TSO, that is Thailand TSO. However, this means that if we do it this way, without a multilateral market, without all the institutional infrastructure to coordinate all TSOs from all these countries, this means that optimization is only done within the border of one country. The optimization cannot go to all countries. So resources cannot be used in the most efficient way, for example, renewable energy. So if we don't do that, the other option, I think, is maybe coming soon. By soonest, I think 5 years. By latest, I think maybe 10 years. That is hydrogen. Many countries are now eyeing on hydrogen as an important complementary investment to renewable energy. So if we cannot manipulate a cross-border ASEAN power grid to make a better match between renewable generation capacity and the demand for renewable or the absorption capacity of renewable energy, then some countries will have to resort to the other option, which is energy storage with hydrogen, and then they can trade hydrogen. Based on my observation or studies, trade of hydrogen is much easier than the trade of electricity, technically, because you don't need to worry about the coordination of the power grid across borders. You just trade it as oil and gas. I think if we do it this way, the problem is that the cost may be much higher than if we have the ASEAN power grid. So I'm not saying that hydrogen is not necessary once you have the APG multilateral market in place.
Okay.
This may be go in tandem, but it is better that we have the APG set up and then complement it with hydrogen. In this way, I think that's the most efficient and cost-effective way for ASEAN countries to handle the arrival of green energy era.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Joni, do you have any comment?
Just a very short one. So I think that this is just the first step on a long journey, this intergovernmental agreement, and it's a necessary step. That's all.
Okay, so please. Yes. Mike, please.
Thank you. A very intriguing question from King Sensei. That's why I want to jump on this. What are the most important? A very interesting question. So, according to our study, yes, that's correct. Technically feasible, economically also feasible. But the most important is not the question. The thing is that the sequence. Definitely, we need the political agreement. Definitely. Second step will be technically feasible, which is will support the agreement that done by the political agreement, or vice versa. So these two are interchangeable, cannot be split. And the most important, another important part is before we really being connected is the business perspective. These two will not be important anymore when there is no business deal.
Okay.
So those are the things that currently we have to.
Yeah, we agree with you that a political will must be a necessary condition, and political will and technology, economics, and institution must come together. We cannot separate. Those are indispensable. I think that we agree with that. Whether which one is first, it may not make sense unless the other two didn't make, right? So with that, I ask each panelist, please give us a short final remark. Okay, so Ms. Landy first.
Yeah, thank you. I think the short final remark for me is we have a lot of studies showing the business case and the economics. Hopefully, the ACE feasibility study can be a model of how to show the technical and also be an agreement between AMS on when you want to put in a new interconnector, how do you engage with other countries that you're not necessarily directly linked to make sure that for all of ASEAN, there's no technical hiccups that go on. And then I think the reason why I focus so much on political will is because it was the theme of the panel, but also because we've been talking about APG for a very, very long time. And there is this kind of need for a push from study stage to implementation stage. And as mentioned by several colleagues, sometimes that needs to come top down. Maybe, maybe not, but it is a possible way. Thank you.
Just comments from my side. I think, as my colleague Randy said, the APG studies and other studies out there, we know that there have been studies on the business case, which I completely agree that they're absolutely necessary. But we need to push forward for the implementation phase to actually interconnect, and that is what is the next step forward for us. What we think is we need to move into the governance phase. That's what I pointed that out. As also Randy mentioned, that is really important, so that discussions, bilateral discussions, don't have to go all the way to the beginning again and again and again, because that's not moving the solution closer. So going to regional governance, and it's probably going to be difficult. These regulatory bodies, they are not created easily. They are not run smoothly, but I think they are necessary to implement a truly regional ASEAN market.
Benny? Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, this is maybe personal view. I've been working on the ASEAN Power Grid for 15 years, but I never experienced on what the situation today. There's enormous political will from the country in this region, so we have a very solid foundation to push it forward. Of course, it's not an easy thing. It's not a simple, scalable or duplicable on what is already happening. But again, it's I mean, personal view that I've seen that how countries really pushing it down, and then it's also become a key highlight or key priority from Indonesia is really reflecting in this one to move forward with this power grid. Thank you.
And then two panelists join online. Do you give us final remarks, just 1 minute each, please? 1 minute.
Sure. From me, I would say that either top-down or bottom-up approaches might work. But at this moment, in the ASEAN case, maybe the top-down approach will be more effective. And I would say that the setup of this multilateral institution might be a symbol of stronger ASEAN cohesion that the visionary political leaders want to show to the world. Thanks.
Okay, last but not least, Mr. Choni, please. Final remarks, just for 1 minute.
Thank you. And I fully support what Dr. Yante just said. And in addition, I think a key action for ASEAN to advance this multilateral power trade would be to, for the stakeholders that are envisioned for the project task force, for the study that Dr. Yante earlier presented, for the stakeholders, Papua, ACE, the member state representatives, etc., actively participate in discussions and feedback so that there is consensus then when this intergovernmental agreement is prepared and ready for the next phase.
Thank you very much for panelists, your insightful presentation. So today, this morning, we hear what we should do and how we can do by listening from experts around the world. We also hear the real cases. So now it's time for us to implement what has been done well in the other world, as well as in our GMS, extend to ASEAN as a whole. Thank you again, but please join me, our panelists, in person and online and upload. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I will go over to MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you you, Professor Chang, also panelists and discussion for sharing your insight and expertise with us today. Before we continue with the last presentation of the day, please allow me to walk you back through our agenda this morning. We have a very interesting session today. First, this morning we have learned from Dr. Nuki when he was giving a scene-setting presentation on the development of ASEAN Power Grid, followed by the first session moderated by Mr. Benny Suryadi, where we learn about the sub-regional power trade, also the progresses in cross-border power interconnection infrastructure development in the region. Just now we have learned from Professor Chang and also our very valuable panelists and discussant on the AGTP ATSO project and also the opportunity of multilateral power trade in ASEAN. To be the cherry on top, please allow me to welcome the Director of Electricity Program Development, Director General of Electricity from the MEMR. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Wanhar.
Thank you. All distinguished speakers and participants, especially Mr. Kobayashi, Mr. Kumura, Mr. Nuki, thank you for your time. Greeting to you all. On behalf of Mr. Jisman Huta-Julu, Indonesian SUE leaders, allow me to conclude this impactful workshop today. The first one regarding Minister Directive to prioritize the development of ASEAN Power Grid interconnectivity to accelerate energy transition and enhance sustainable energy security. Today's workshop has delivered another milestone in the development of multilateral power trading in ASEAN Power Grid. We hope this workshop could inspire a new power integration project in Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines region. In today's workshop, we have been diving into the multilateral power trading issue in ASEAN. We have briefed by EMS official and the expert on their experiences and perspectives on multilateral electricity trading. We believe that this process could express the ASEAN's spirit on solidarity where no one left behind. We have collected the robust takeaways for the preparing advanced multilateral electricity trading in ASEAN Power Grid, especially to support priority economy deliverables Indonesia, sustainable energy security through the interconnectivity. Regarding to the two sessions of the workshop on multilateral power trading in the in the ASEAN Power Grid, here are several essential I have taken note. The first, we would like to underline the Lao PDR, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore LTMS Power Integration Project as the proving ground of multilateral cross-border electricity trade in the region could be feasible both technically and financially. Hence, we are strongly recommending the replication of the LTMS PIP could be continued in the other ASEAN sub-region interconnection project. The second, we highlight that the ASEAN Power Grid is an initiative to construct a regional power interconnection to connect the region. First on cross-border bilateral terms, and then gradually expand to the sub-regional basis, and subsequently leading to a total integrated Southeast Asian power grid system. The APG expected to enhance electricity trade across borders, improve access to energy services, maintaining the energy security, and also increase the ASEAN renewable energy utilization in the region. The third, in this significancy, the role of the power utilities or authorities as well as private sector are indeed pivotal to unlock the potential collaboration of the grid interconnection in the region. We need to look forward for the development scheme, the engagement of the private and public contribution, and the mobilization of the innovative financing mechanism. The fourth, the last but highly important, as the mentioned during the two sessions of discussion, several challenges for the establishing ASEAN Power Grid, including technical and financial barriers, can only be addressed by the collaboration among EMS, Power Utility Authority, ASEAN Center for Energy, and backed by international organizations such as AREA, as well as financial institutions and relevant international organizations. Moving forward, we are planning to amplify the recommendation, practices, and experiences in the thematic sustainable energy security through interconnectivity in coloring the ASEAN Minister Joint Declaration, and the sustainable energy security through interconnectivity and the BIMP, Minister Joint Statement on Power Integration Project, which will be declared in the 41 AMEM on 24 to 25 August 2023. We encourage the PT PLN Persero as a Papua Secretary to initiate the collaboration among power utility in BIM region on executing the MOU, the BIM interconnection development. Looking forward to seeing you again in the next webinar series in Indonesia, Chairmanship in Asia 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Wanhar, for your closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and esteemed speakers, we have come to the end of our first workshop, and we will now take a break for 1 hour. We have prepared a pre-packaged meal outside of this room that you can enjoy here or you can take home. We will resume our program in 1 hour, and we encourage everyone to return on time for the start of the second session. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing everyone back here in 1 hour. Enjoy your break. ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back here on time. I would like to invite all of you to enter the room and take a seat as our program is about to resume. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed the break. Welcome back to our second workshop of the day on the improving energy security in island and remote grids in ASEAN through utilization of emerging clean energy innovation. In the second workshop too, we are delighted to have such a distinguished group of speakers and participants joining us today to discuss this critical topic. We hope that this workshop will provide a platform for fruitful discussion and collaborations that can contribute to the development of sustainable and resilient energy system in ASEAN's island and remote grid. Once again, a warm welcome to all of our participants and speakers. Thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to an engaging and informative workshop. Without further ado, please allow me to welcome Dr. Djoko Siswanto, the Secretary General of the National Energy Council of the MEMR, for the welcome speech. Dr. Siswanto, the floor is yours.
Excellency Shigura Kimura, Special Advisor for the President of Area, Representative of ASEAN Member States, Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, Director Executive ASEAN Center for Energy, distinguished all speakers, panelists, and moderator, distinguished all institutions, companies, and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam kebajikan, namo buddhaya. May we be blessed with peace and prosperity. First of all, let us praise God, the Almighty, due to His blessing and grace. It has been a great pleasure and honor to speak and deliver welcome speech at this excellent event. I sincerely hope that we can have an enlightening discussion with a focus on improving energy security in island and remote grids in ASEAN through utilization of emerging clean energy innovation. Distinguished participants, this year Indonesia holds the chairmanship of ASEAN with the theme ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth, with three pillars, namely recovery and rebuilding, digital economy, and sustainability. One of the important programs in ASEAN countries is how to realize energy security in the region, especially in archipelago countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, which face bigger challenges. In 2011, Indonesia's electrification ratio was still quite low, at only 67%. The Indonesian government has made efforts to increase the electrification ratio through the use diesel power plant so that the electrification ratio has reached 99.63%. However, the high price of fuel and fuel supply comes from imports, and the era clean energy causes Indonesia to have a de-dieselization program that will substitute 5,200 diesel power plants into gas fire and combine with renewable energy. With the dieselization program in islands and remote grids as well as should contribute to ASEAN pursuit in achieving 23% renewable energy share in total primary energy supply at 32%, energy intensity reduction by 2025, as stipulated in the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation. Moreover, Indonesia also has commitment to achieve net zero emission in 2060 or faster, so we are preparing the roadmap of Indonesia's energy transition toward net zero emission strategies that focus on reducing import fossil fuel energy, maximizing utilization natural gas as a transition, and increasing the new and renewable energy. Still utilization fossil fuel combined with co-firing and implementation of clean technologies, including CCS, CCUS, electric vehicles, electric stove, so that the diesel to gas substitution program is very supportive. Hopefully, Indonesia chairmanship in ASEAN for the energy sector can strengthen synchronization to produce concrete deliverables that support economic growth and sustainable energy security. Finally, we hope that this meeting will come up with an essential outcome in the form of a conclusion that provides the best possible way to promote energy security in islands and remote grid in Indonesia, moreover in ASEAN, through the use of natural gas, renewable energy, and electrification. And also, we all will actively and dynamically participate in sharing and exchanging information. It is hoped will pave the way to the expected output that is desirable for all of us. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Siswanto, for your opening remarks. Now, moving on to the next agenda, please allow me to call Dr. Aloysius Joko Purwanto, Energy Economist at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Dr. Joko, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having come here and to attend this very interesting workshops today. And I'm Joko Purwanto from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. I would like to talk slightly to put scene setting on the theme of feasible solutions to deliver LNG for power generations in Southeast Asian archipelago. And I would like to take two cases. One is Indonesia, and the second one is the Philippines. In fact, yes. Okay, putting this into a kind of scene setting, then we are too naive if we don't put into consideration what happened during the last couple of months, in fact, in the world, so that we all of us, we have witnessed a very difficult situation by the fluctuating and high volatility of LNG price. And this kind of volatility is, of course, a threat to gas role in the energy transition. And we have experienced, like last year in July to September, that the TTF European price of LNG has been increasing, depressing 80 USD per MBTU, while in ASEAN it is around 70. And now the price have decreased, but we are still worried about this kind of alarming situation with the volatility, as this has caused a lot of doubts, especially for those taking into account the policy to invest or the policy to continue with the move toward the use of LNG. IEA and Bloomberg, for example, have revised and have scaled down their 2025 estimate of LNG in Asia and South and Southeast Asia. And then several sensitive countries such as Thailand, also have been hindered to move toward the use of natural gas during the couple of months. And South Asian countries such as Pakistan and Bangladesh have experienced blackout due to the inability to procure themselves with the affordable LNG, natural gas. And also in ASEAN countries, we see that several countries also have considered to reanalyze again their move toward the investment in the use of LNG. For example, Vietnam and Philippines, two countries who have invested quite a lot in the several couple of years in LNG terminals. So this is the import of LNG to Southeast Asia, as we see that ASEAN have shifted to natural gas, first with Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Myanmar. And as I mentioned previously, Philippines and Vietnam are two countries which have been investing quite extensively in LNG just until the period before the pandemic, and now are really in situation of a very difficult uncertainty due to the volatility of LNG prices. And if we look at the long-term perspective, we should consider that not only historically that ASEAN countries have considered LNG as kind of transitional fuel or energy sources, but also in the future. For example, this I take from the business as usual scenario from the area energy outlook and saving potential study that shows that even in the business as usual scenario, the share of LNG or natural gas used in the power sector will increase from 41% to 46% in 2050. And we see that natural gas will still play in this business as usual scenario a higher portion or higher role in power generation than coal. Even if we consider also the carbon neutrality scenario, for example, in this study also produced by AREA, in the carbon neutrality scenario where ASEAN countries would reach carbon neutral by the mid of the century, we see that natural gas share will also be still important by 2030. For example, the peak of the use of natural gas will reach like 70% in 2030, and then it will decrease by to 40% in 2040, and then by beyond 2040, the share of natural gas will decrease to 10%. But here we see a bigger share of the co-firing between gas and hydrogen beyond 2040, 2050, and 2060. That means that natural gas gives way to the entrance of new technologies such as hydrogen. So in conclusion, as my introduction is that at the initial stage, ASEAN countries or developing countries in general will be still needing LNG as a way to procure energy security, to apply existing and affordable fuels, energy technology in providing electricity, as well as clean cooking and transportation. And also, during the first 10 years at the initial stage of the energy transition, ASEAN countries or developing countries can have natural gas as one of the source of the flexible base load to allow penetration of renewable energy such as solar PV. And in the longer term, as I show in the carbon neutrality scenario, more advanced technologies such as carbon capture, utilization, and storage will help to have a more carbon dioxide to be abated by the use of natural gas, as well as natural gas will lead the way for hydrogen and ammonia to be deployed commercially. So I just would like to take a bit of your attention to these two cases. The first one is the potential use of natural gas or LNG in the Philippines, and the second one in Indonesia. So in the Philippines, the grid are divided into three. The first one is in Luzon, and then the second one is in Visayas Island, and the third one is in Mindanao in the south. So Luzon is where all the populated cities, the highly dense cities are located in the Philippines. So that Luzon should be the island that is served with 2 or 3 receiving terminals of LNG. But in Visayas and in Mindanao, for example, the demand is lower, and then the provision of electricity is challenging. Currently, or the last couple of years, diesel fuel power generation has been the backbone of the power generation in both islands. And in the study that the area has been conducting, electricity in Visayas Island and Mindanao can be supplied by LNG. In Visayas, for example, Cebu can be proposed to be the main terminal of LNG import receiving terminals, and then this should be using kind of spoke and hub distribution to the islands in Visayas, as well as several places in Mindanao in the south from Cebu. And then also Zamboanga in the south, in the Mindanao Island, can serve to provide LNG to the city in the north and the south of Mindanao. And this can be, in the area study has been estimated until 2040. Then first we depart with the study of the electricity demand, and then we translated those demand into LNG demand. So several variables that we took into account during the study is the capacity of the primary terminals, the storage, and then secondary terminal, tertiary terminal, and then also the possibility use of floating storage regasification unit. And then not only that we took into account those kind of terminals, but also the use of LNG carrier vessels like large barges and small barges. And one of the interesting point in this study is that we simulated also the possibility of the occurrence of typhoon in the Philippines. And this really changed the situation of the configuration that we proposed in the study, and put into perspective the number of barges, the size of storage, the size of the terminals that we put into the proposal in our policy. So this is the result that we can show, is that the best situation is when we take into account in Philippines with the rise of typhoons, and then that for Mindanao and Visayas, the receiving terminals will be in the city of Zamboanga and Cebu that operates in the hub and spoke ways to serve the cities in both islands. And for Indonesia, also the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources have been planning since a couple of years to switch from diesel to natural gas. And from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we know that several gas plants have the potential to serve also to be used to provide electricity in the islands. For example, in the islands of Sulawesi, and the Nusa Tenggara, when we have Donggui Senoro, and also the possibility of using a Bontang in Kalimantan, and in the islands of Maluku and Papua, we have also Tangguh and also Masela, which has the potential to serve the same objectives. And this is a part of the study that area has conducted, so that we define 17 places in the eastern part of Indonesia where LNG can be served, can be delivered and used to provide power generation from North Sulawesi, Central Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, and we also put and propose the port name for the terminal receivers, like in North Sulawesi it is Manado, and then Central Sulawesi is Palu, and for example in Flores it's Labuan Bajo, and then in the East Nusa Tenggara it's Kupang, and then in Sumbawa it's Badas, etc. So this is the result of the simulation that we did. So we would like to propose that there will be 3 zones of provision of delivery of or shipping of the LNG. The first one is Bontang and Donggui Senoro, so that Sulawesi island will be served directly from Bontang to Palu, and then from Donggui Senoro will serve Manado and Makassar, and then in the Masela group, the second one, Masela will serve not only Nusa Tenggara, but also the island of Maluku, Bali, and also Halmahera or Ternate. And then the last one is Tangguh, and this simulation has given us a kind of way of serving it in the not only in hub and spoke, but also in the circulation of Milky Way of this provision of LNG. From the Tangguh, Lapangan Tangguh to the northern of Papua, as well as to Ternate and the southern of Papua. And this is the way so that Tangguh, Lapangan Tangguh, for example, Tangguh LNG will serve in the way of milk and run to the surrounding cities in Papua. This is Tangguh, and this is the milk and runway. And then this will also serve a part of Nusa Tenggara and also Ternate. And this is what we propose in Masela. So it will serve not only Nusa Tenggara, but also some part of Maluku and Halmahera. And this is the part of Donggi, Bontang Donggi. So Bontang will serve Palu, and then the ship will go to Manado and to Makassar, so milk and run as well. And we see that this is the cost that we propose to have like by 2040, which is quite interesting to have in terms of storage capex, storage opex, as well as the operational and investment for the capital of the tankers as well. So yes, so this is a way of appraising the possibility of policy measurements in terms of LNG provision to the archipelagos island, the use of this kind of modeling, linear and also dynamic. And then the role of LNG should not only in the energy security, but also in the energy transition, as this will also provide way for the hydrogen and ammonia, for example, to enter to the market. And then we need to change also LNG investment paradigm toward small and medium-sized storage and vessels, especially in the archipelago islands. And then we need to see the cruciality of indirect capex investment that include receiving port and terminal development. Deepening port to decrease bigger vessels will be also considered to be a part of these energy measures that we need to take to invest in LNG. And despite difficult situation of LNG market, investment must continue in Southeast Asia, and we need also to secure a kind of long-term contracts that shall assure investment in LNG. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak Joko, for your scene-setting presentation. Now on to the next agenda. Please allow me to call Mr. Beni Suryadi, the manager at the ASEAN Center for Energy. Mr. Beni, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. For you who are joining the morning, apologies that I'm taking a stage again. But this time I would like to present on behalf of ACE on our latest study in innovative solar PV utilization to support the green economic recovery in ASEAN. We hope this will be in line with the discussion that we have this afternoon on improving the energy security in island and remote grids ASEAN through utilization of the emerging clean energy innovation. Next slide, please. Okay. As we are talking about the clean energy innovation, the thing that I would like to present and share with everyone this afternoon is about the solar PV plus. I mean, in general, we know very well on the various practice on utilization of the solar PV, such as ground-mounted PV or solar PV, floating PV, or distributed solar PVs, but it's also another utilization that we trying to use it, the new wording on that one, and the solar PV plus. The concept on this is to extend the application of the solar PV beyond power generating facilities to gain co-benefit with the other sectors, such as industry, agriculture, building, fishery, husbandry, and others. Beyond the co-benefits that the solar PV Plus recently proposed to overcome shortcomings, intermittency, or increase the productivity, or to address the energy vulnerability. And this is a concept that we believe is also applicable in the area of the remote or island area, where it, to some context, may applicable to address the issue on the cost. Next slide, please. Before we're talking more on the utilization, allow me to also give a brief information on the technical and economic potential of the solar itself. On the left chart that you see an average of the solar installation in the ASEAN countries, around 1,400 to 1,800 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. Indonesia, unfortunately, not in top of among the ASEAN countries. We have Thailand, Myanmar, Cambodia, or countries like Vietnam that have more resource or solar installation compared to the countries in Indonesia. But that doesn't stop on the way to further utilize it, because a lot of things that can be also considered on the utilization of the solar PV, be it on the technical factors such as solar intensity or capacity factors, or also economic factors such as inflation, interest, tax rates, land use constraint, and the related costs. In a general number that I also presented this morning, that ASEAN has significant resource on the solar potential, or around 8,000 gigawatt in theoretical, that can be further utilized to support the ASEAN needs on electricity through the ASEAN power grids. Next slide. But despite the potential that every country has, as shown previously in the slide before, the countries in this region is also putting a target to pursue for the solar development, responding to the potential that they have. For example, that Cambodia expected, they have a plan to have at least 3.5% of the total installed capacity in 2030 will be coming from solar, or more specifically is around 673 megawatts. We also do have a number from the Indonesia context, be it in 2025 or 2050s, and other countries like Philippines and Singapore and Thailand. Or the most outstanding one is on Vietnam, to aim to have 29% of the installed capacity in 2040 coming from solar PV. Next slide, please. But then to move with the utilization of the solar itself, I understand, I mean, we all know that there is also a lot of challenge on the utilization of the solar, be it on the cost perspective or in the technical perspective on the intermittency issue that we have. That's why many people now is applying the concept for utilization of the solar PV plus. So in ACE, we recorded for the last 10 years, around 110 solar PV plus projects that being operationalized in the ASEAN countries. Most projects are Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. One of the prominent utilization BIPV, Building Integrated PV, is a leading solar PV plus utilization in region, and also in the rural development that where solar PV is being constructed. But as we are speaking more on the solar PVs, the utilization is also being implemented in the various sectors such as agriculture, fishery, and animal husbandry. Next slide. As we're speaking more on the solar PV plus agriculture, there are a number of the examples that already exist in ASEAN's context. Take one of the solar PV plus agriculture. We have a solar water pumping for irrigation that already constructed in the various countries like Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar, and the Philippines. And I think in Indonesia we also have it. Also in Laos, they have a solar power crops drying, or vertical farming and aquaponic that become a new trend in Brunei, Malaysia, and Singapore. This solar PV plus agriculture provided various benefit that in addition to getting the electricity, that's going to be at affordable cost, but it's also improve agricultural production yield and quality. Of course, enhance the efficiency of the lands that being used, and most importantly is also contribute to local economic improvement. Because it's bringing a better revenues or IRR or payback periods for the community when they're installing the solar PV plus. Next slide. Another example on the utilization of the solar PV plus in rural the islands area is for the fishery. We also have a various example on the aerator in the stream farm or aquaculture in the Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. We also seen that fishing boats that being installed with the solar PVs, or the fish processing to cooling, storage, or drying. That's also quite common nowadays. And again, it also provides significant benefits. Economic benefit is, of course, definitely one of it, but it's also when being applied to the solar PV fishery that also improve the quality of the fish product, because it helps the people to store the fish and getting a fresh one. And another example is the solar PV plus rural development. I think we have the privilege to have Bu Punia who are going to share more on that after this. I may skip on that one, but it's also a good example that how solar is being utilized not only to generate electricity, but bring more economic benefit to the community. Next slide. Next slide on the solar PV plus and BIPV and other renewable energy source. It's being practically implemented in a various way, be it in industry or the end sector consumers. But the idea is always how to get more electricity and at affordable cost, trying to address the issue at the same times. But there's also, of course, there is the challenge that may apply when we are utilizing the solar PVs, whether it's combining it with the other source such as a wind, and might have a challenge on the grid flexibility and low wind resource, or with hydropower. Some context is quite success, but it also need to properly address seasonal and diurnal scales. My last slide, I will be very short on the time constraint. On the this is just a general idea on the how to use the solar PV plus application in a various location in ASEAN countries. There is a lot of example that already exist that could be built to gain the lesson learned and then scale it up or duplicate it to the other region in the countries. Think that end my slide. I think that to this presentation. Right, yes. Recommendation, I think more on that will be discussed during the Q&A, I mean, with the panels on how to further address the issue, because we have a very notable expert joining us at panel discussion. So for that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Suryadi, for your scene-setting presentation. Moving on to the next presentation, joining us online, please welcome the Director of Various New and Renewable Energy of the MEMR. Please welcome Ms. Andrea Febi Misna. Ms. Febi. Hi, Ms. Febi, can you hear us?
Okay, thank you. Hi. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
My voice is clear there? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu. First of all, thank you very much for having me in this event. It is a great for me to share with you the way of Indonesia in improving energy security in island and remote area through clean energy innovation. May I get my slide, please? Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay. I will start my presentation from the commitment of Indonesian government. In short term, we already set target to achieve 26% of renewable energy utilization by 2025. Our effort to develop a new renewable energy also align with Indonesia ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Through enhanced NDC, Indonesia raised its carbon emission reduction target, and the energy sector target is increased from 314 million tons of CO2 to 358 million tons of CO2 in 2030. In long-term strategy, the government of Indonesia is taking seriously in decarbonizing the energy sectors. We set a more ambitious approach by committing to reach net zero emission by 2060 or sooner with the international support. In 2060, we expect we can decarbonize the power sector by installing capacity that will be dominated by solar power plants. It's around 421 gigawatts. More diverse new energy source will also be utilized, including nuclear for power plant and hydrogen for transportation and industry. Next, please. In terms of renewable energy potential, Indonesia has abundant renewable energy potential. It's around 2,600 gigawatts, consists of solar, hydro, geothermal, wind, bioenergy, as well as ocean. And from this resource, we can see that it is dominated by solar. It's around 2,200 gigawatts. However, if we see the utilization of renewable energy in 2022, it's only around 12.6 gigawatts, or around 0.3% from its potential. It means that we have a big room for increase the implementation of renewable energy in Indonesia. And some strategies to encourage the development of renewable energy already declared, such as developing on-grid renewable energy capacity based on the PLN, Electricity Development Plan, or IUPLTL 2031 to 2030, implementation of rooftop solar PV, conversion of diesel power plant to renewable energy, mandatory of biofuel utilization, biomass providing at coal power plant, and also provision at modern energy access with renewable energy, and also geothermal exploration and other off-grid renewable energy implementation and direct utilization. We also developed some supporting programs such as retirement of coal power plant, improving of electricity infrastructure, electrification of demand sector, and also implementing of carbon tax range, all to achieve our target in short term, medium term, as well as long term. Next, please. In terms of, next slide, please. In terms of increasing energy access, renewable energy play an important role, particularly in rural and remote areas which are not yet connected to the grid. Renewable energy development is also useful to increase the electrification ratio in Indonesia. As an archipelagic country, Indonesia has its own challenge to supply
Miss Feby, are you still with us? Hi, Miss Feby. Are you still with us?
Hello.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry, the connection is quite trouble here. Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Optimistic it can reach the electrification ratio of 100% in 2023. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So to electrify the island and remote area, previously we increased the energy access in rural and remote area by introducing diesel power plant and also renewable energy. And now we plan to remove all diesel power plant. We call the program is the dieselization, as well as increasing the deployment of renewable energy power plant in remote island. Next slide, please. Currently, around more than 5,000 units of diesel power plant are operated spread of more than 2,000 locations in Indonesia. Diesel power plant conversion program will be carried out in 3 schemes. The first one, diesel conversion to renewable energy power plant. The second one, diesel conversion to gas power plant or gas engine. And the third one, diesel conversion from isolated system to grid interconnection. Currently, procurement of 212 megawatt diesel conversion to renewable energy power plant for phase 1 is still on the progress. And around 304 megawatt diesel power plant will be converted to gas power plant. And now, PLN still conducting a study for developing the infrastructure to ensure the availability of gas and also the distribution and mobilization of gas to the location, especially for remote area. And around 1 gigawatt diesel will be connected to the grid. Next, please. As I mentioned before, other than diesel conversion program, the government of Indonesia also try to increase energy access in remote area through off-grid application program. The off-grid renewable energy-based electricity is implemented through several strategies. The first one, if the village is close to the PLN grid, we will extend the electricity grid. The second one, for village that far from PLN grid, but it is centralized, then the mini-grid construction will be carried out. It can be communal solar PV and also hybrid diesel. The third one, for village with scattered population, then the construction of renewable energy power plant plus charging station and plus electric power supply application, or we call it APDAL in Indonesia, will be carried out. And also we implemented some solar street lighting in many remote village. And regarding the financing, there are some financing scheme for remote off-grid system. The funding for the commercial remote off-grid system project managed by PLN might come from various sources, such as internal capital and international commercial bank. There is also funding for commercial remote off-grid system project by using a climate and special purpose funding, such as SDG Indonesia 1, and also funding come from a PPSMI. Well, for the non-commercial remote off-grid system project managed by local community, funding can come from government budget, grant from international donor, and also CSR from various companies and implemented by various organizations. Next, please. This is some effort that we already done. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has allocated government budget since 2011 to develop off-grid renewable energy power plants, such as micro hydro, small scale solar power plant, solar home system, and also solar street lighting. And the government also has special allocation fund, or we call it in Indonesia DAK, with DAK or DAK, which is a source of funding provided by the government to regional government to finance priority projects. One of the areas receiving DAK is the small-scale energy sector, which aims to increase people access to affordable and environmentally friendly energy. In 2023, the special allocation fund will continue to support the construction of centralized solar power plant in 21 different locations in Sumba, East Nusa Tenggara, because currently the ratio electrification of Sumba is very low. Next. Furthermore, off-grid application are also carried out in collaboration with international partners. There are some collaboration projects between Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources with the international partner, such as the Solar Ice Maker for Fishery Community in collaboration with GIZ. We also work together with the UNDP and KOICA in accelerating clean energy access to reduce inequality. And also we work together with the Indonesia Green Prosperity Project in collaboration with Millennium Challenge Fund, which is this program encourages the implementing of renewable energy in rural and remote area. Next, please. There are many challenges in implementing sustainable renewable energy projects in remote area. Among others is community capacity to operate and manage the power plant is still low, and also no local technical service provider in those areas, and also lack of sustainability business scheme, and also the project is still limited of productive use of energy, and also limited access to finance from the local government. We have the pilot village fund, but the village fund can only be accessed by village owned enterprise. And also the ability and willingness to pay of the community is still low. So it's some project that we already built, sometimes it's not sustained. So to overcome this challenge and ensure the sustainability, we have to conduct some programs, such as increasing the capacity building for operators from local community by conducting the training and education for local people, and also certification for the technical operator, and also encouraging the women's involvement as well as youth in the management and also developing the productive business in community. Next, please. This is some example on the best practice that we have now. The first one is mini grid. This is the off-grid solar PV in Muara Englam. The capacity is 42.1 kilowatt peak. This asset owned, managed, maintained, and operated by local community or village enterprise. We call it BUMDes, Bersinar Desaku. And the solar PV power plant is electrifying around 170 households and public facility. In 2018, an additional capacity of 12 kilowatt peak was made from village fund and BUMDes income. This power plant has electrified 170 households and public facility. And the BUMDes successfully managed the payment from the community to the imposition and sanction, imposition of sanction and also reward. And the second example, next please, the isolated grid solar PV, hybrid PV power plant in Berau, East Kalimantan, with total installed capacity of 1.2 megawatt peak and 2.1 megawatt hour battery storage. This project provides electricity for 400 households. This project was managed by special purpose vehicle, where 41% owned by village, represented by the BUMDes or village enterprise, and 49% owned by Aqua Energy Indonesia, with minimum 2 years for Aqua to exit of this project. The community engagement was started from the construction phase until the operation. There are many benefits received by the user and also the community. Among other, they can enjoy 24 hours electricity access and also get cheaper price of electricity than using a communal genset, and also increasing the use of electric appliance, in particular for productive use. And the community also can enjoy the increasing the safety to villagers during the night, and also reducing almost 60% of the fossil fuel usage, especially diesel, and also give a chance for women to work in the administration part and giving them knowledge to improve their livelihood. Next slide, please. As we know that many ASEAN member states have archipelagos and face unique challenges in providing reliable and affordable energy access to their remote community. Therefore, collaboration among ASEAN member states is essential for development of sustainable business scheme between neighboring countries where remote islands are located. So next slide, please. And to conclude, sustainability aspect is crucial to achieve successful off-grid implementation. Therefore, we need to do efforts such as improving the management of renewable energy projects, and also improving training to increase the knowledge and skill of local community, improving productive use of energy so the people can get some income from energy access, and also enhancing utilization of technology that's supporting off-grid implementation to make sure that the cost of electricity can be affordable for the people. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. I pass back to the master ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feby, for your presentation. Now we are going to have a photo session. May I invite to the stage Dr. Joko Siswanto, Dr. Aloysius Joko Purwanto, Mr. Benny Suryadi, Mr. I Dewa Made, Ms. Tri Mumpuni, Mr. Daniel Tampubolon, Mr. Shigeru Kimura, Mr. Dimas Haryo, Mr. Mustafid Gunawan, Mr. Muhammad Darwin, and Mr. Toru Furuichi. to the stage for the photo session. We will take picture. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. You may be seated. For all participants here who have just joined us for the second session, we would like to announce once again that we have a Wi-Fi connection. We have a Wi-Fi connection in this very room. You can just connect to our Wi-Fi without any password. It's called Hotel Shangri-La. And also, we have a QR code on your table. And if you can scan it, you can have access to all presentations and all documents related to this meeting. It's all downloadable there, so please go and scan the QR code on your table. Now, please allow me to continue with panel session 1. Allow me to call on the moderator. Please welcome Mr. I. Dewamade Raditya Margenta from ACE. Pak Made, the floor is yours.
Right. Okay. So good afternoon. Selamat siang kepada Bapak Joko Siswanto, Mr. Shigeru Kimura, Ibu Andrea Febi yang hadir secara online, Bapak Joko Purwanto, Bapak Beni Suryadi, Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, Bapak, Ibu, all distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Ramadan Karim for those who celebrate. My name is Dewa Margenta. I am a researcher from ASEAN Center for Energy, focusing on the sustainable and renewable energy. And today I'm honored to serve you as a moderator for this afternoon workshop with the title of On Improving Energy Security in Islands and Remote Grids in ASEAN through Utilization of Emerging Clean Energy Innovation. So for over the next an hour, we will discuss on the current electricity supply, non-main islands, and remote grids, which is surely sparked some lively conversation and discussions. So first of all, improving the energy security in islands and remote grids in ASEAN through utilization of emerging clean energy innovations becomes very critical, and it surely will contribute to ASEAN pursuits in achieving the 23% of renewable energy target, also the 32% of energy intensity reduction by 2025, as it is stipulated on the ASEAN Plan of Actions for Energy Cooperation, or widely known as APEC Phase 2, 2021 to 2025. I would like also to recall Pak Beni's previous statement on the scene setting, which he emphasized on more ambitious renewable energy installed capacity target through the adoption of energy storage is highly critical. Also, exploring another renewable energy utilization beyond the power generation, such as fishery or agriculture, is already a proven innovations that could be explored in order to improve the renewable energy projects bankability, as well as the local economy improvement. So I would like to remind to everyone
that this is a respectful and open forum where everyone could share your own opinions, experiences, as well as you can also joining by asking some questions or even engaging with your fellow attendees. So we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started. I would like to introduce our esteemed panelists today. So we have a trio energy experts in their respective fields. Please give a warm welcome to our distinguished panelists. The first one, Mr. Rene Baruela, the Vice President for Corporate Affairs of National Power Corporation Philippines, who is currently joining us virtually from Philippines. I would like to make sure whether Mr. Baruela already on the Zoom? Not yet? Okay. Right. Secondly, please give a warm welcome to Pak Daniel Tampu Bolon, Senior Manager Perencanaan PLN UID Jawa Tengah dan Yogyakarta. Silakan Pak, please join with me in the stage. And the last but not the least, we have Ibu Tri Mumpuni, or widely known as Bu Puni, the Executive Director of Initiative Bisnis dan Ekonomi Kerakyatan. So, welcome Bu Puni. It's very nice to having you here. Okay. So actually, it's supposed to be. We also have the other speakers, Mr. Rene Baruela from Philippines, but unfortunately, he has not joined the Zoom meeting yet. Therefore, I would start the panel sessions now by inviting Mr. Daniel Tampu Bolon, Pak Daniel. So for the information, Bapak Daniel Tampu Bolon is currently the Senior Manager Perencanaan PLN UID Jawa Tengah dan Yogyakarta. So he started his career at PLN in 2007, assigned as an electrical engineer in PLN Riau and Kepulauan Riau. Prior to this current position, he has served as the Senior Manager Perencanaan PLN Unit Induk Wilayah Nusa Tenggara Timur, which has successfully implemented high reliability of electricity distribution through zero downtime. So without any further ado, I invite Pak Daniel to take the stage there. And please kindly share with us about your experiences and PLN experiences in leveraging renewable energy use for a sustainable energy access in remote area. Please, Pak Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Dewa, Pak Dewa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My greetings goes to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Dewan Energi Nasional, area, ACE, that gather us all to talk about interesting topic this afternoon. I do hope that you enjoy your stay in Jakarta, especially for those who coming from neighboring countries, from ASEAN or neighboring. And hopefully, this afternoon session could give fruitful ideas and insight for us. This theme, actually, this event, I would like to give appreciation for the committee. This theme emphasized the three main aspects of energy trilemma, including energy security, energy equity, and the environmental sustainability. So I think this is quite comprehensive to talk about. Next. First of all, I would like to draw your attention to the electrification ratio among provinces in Indonesia, which varies from 92.71% in East Nusa Tenggara Timur and 100% in Bali and Jakarta. Indonesian government put very serious attention to accelerate the 100% electrification. Challenges rooted from the very geographical condition has driven PLN to make some breakthrough in the process, especially in the 4 provinces colored in red. We have Papua Tengah, Papua Pegunungan, we have Maluku, Moluccas, and East Nusa Tenggara. And I would like to take all of you to have a close look on East Nusa Tenggara, located in the eastern part of Indonesia, blessed with beautiful islands and warm-hearted people there. Next. Firstly, let's take a look at the electrification outlook of East Nusa Tenggara. The province consists of 1,000, more than 1,000 islands, in which 42 of them are inhabited. As you can see, there are 3 big islands. You have Sumba, Flores, and Timor. And for Flores, it is the home for Komodo dragon, one of the new 7 wonders of the world. And PLN has 66 electric grids, including major and mini grids there. And we still, as you can see, we still have quite a lot of homework to reach 100% electrification in Nusa Tenggara. Next. Having said that, we could also see that PLN, with the full support from government, has accelerated the ratio since 2017, reaching only 59.85% to 92.17% in 2022. Next. This year, government, and thank you for this, government has doubled the state capital investment, or we used to call PMN, in 2023, and even increase it in the coming next years to ensure that 100% electrification ratio could be reached by the end of 2024. And the same projection here goes to NTT province, including connecting 301 non-PLN's electrified grid to PLN grid. Next. In this slide, we can see that the rural electrification program is divided mainly into 2 methods, namely grid expansion or on-grid solution and renewable energy-based solution or off-grid solution. Although the on-grid solution is the main strategy, but the off-grid solution is actually the sole answer to remote areas and islands. Specifically for remote areas, renewable energy plays a critical role. Next. And among different types of renewable energy, NTT or East Nusa Tenggara is blessed with abundant solar energy potential, reaching up to 10.18 gigawatt. And therefore, solar energy-based electrification becomes one of the main strategy in NTT province. And as a derivation for that, we have 4 main concepts of solar energy development. The first one is hybrid between solar power plant and existing diesel generator controlled by automatic timer. The second, the same thing but controlled by smart grid. The third one is standalone power plant. And the fourth is solar home system as temporary solution. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, referring back to the triple optimizing drivers, namely energy trilemma, the development of solar power plant matches perfectly. Because firstly, the solar energy becomes the ultimate solution to bring both energy equity and energy security. Also, the very nature of solar energy, which is green and clean, secures the environmental sustainability concern. East Nusa Tenggara has built 45 solar power plants distributed in all the provinces and reaching 17 megawatts. To put it in context, actually 17 megawatts is quite a large number in Eastern Nusa Tenggara, in Eastern Indonesia. Actually, it could fulfill half of demand of Southern Papua province, for example. Next. Furthermore, PLN through the RUPTL is going to develop even larger capacity of solar power plant in East Nusa Tenggara Timur, reaching up to 184 megawatt, which is equal to 10 times the current aggregate capacity. And there are 2 types of technology adoption for this, namely the standalone and the hybrid solar power plant. Next, ladies and gentlemen, now let me bring you to the beauty of East Nusa Tenggara Islands and visit some of the standalone power plants developed by PLN in those islands. The first one, here we have quite an iconic solar power plant built in Mesa Island with a capacity of 530 kilowatt peak, providing green electricity to 1,577 people. And the island is not far actually from the famous Komodo Island. Next, we have Kojadoi Island, the same thing, all green, 190 kilowatt peak, providing green energy to 1,693 people, who are mainly fishermen. Next, we have the next example from Ternate Island. Ternate Island, 280 kilowatt peak, 100% renewable energy for 1,300 people who live there. Next. Dear participants, continuous improvement through the adoption of new technology is vital to speed up energy transition. Within this context, the development of solar power plant is encouraged to deliver value beyond energy availability, but also increase the efficiency and the reliability of the system. Therefore, PLN has carried out a number of smart microgrid systems in different places in Indonesia, and one of them is in East Nusa Tenggara, Semau Island. The Semau smart grid system consists of 6 units of existing diesel generator with a total capacity of 1.2 megawatt and 1 unit of solar power plant with a capacity of 450 kilowatt peak, equipped with battery storage sufficient to cover 2 autonomy days. Next. Let's have a look on technical part of smart grid in Semau. So the Semau smart grid could operate in number of state mode variation, which is driven by the dynamic parameters, including PV production, battery state of charge, load fluctuation, or any failure of any individual source of supply. In worst case, when the automatic system is unavailable, there is an emergency button to switch to mode to manual operation mode. Next. Here we have the state mapping, which normally falls under 6 events, including night, morning transition day, afternoon transition, and when the battery is unavailable, and in case of PV and diesel generator is unavailable. The smart grid system ensures the automatic switching between PV, storage, and distribution and diesel generators run smoothly. Next. Yes. This graph is taken actually from the actual operation of Semau smart grid. We could see that the state mode transition is executed nicely by the algorithm embedded in the smart grid system. This arrangement is made to optimize the solar energy mix, that is the first, and reducing fuel consumption and strengthening system reliability at the same time. We could actually leverage the same concept to larger system to acquire more values, both technically and financially. So as we can see on the graph, we can see the transition goes smoothly, very smoothly, to ensure that the energy mix from solar energy is absorbed in maximum potential. Next. I also provide you a snapshot of before and after system outlook to help us acknowledge the ability of smart grid system in mitigating the intermittency of solar power plant, which is actually the typical challenge of energy adoption. So before the smart grid, whenever there is a cloud or rainy day, the system becomes fragile. But after the implementation, we can see that the transition of variation of state mode runs smoothly. Next. And here is the dashboard of the real monitoring of Semau microgrid system. Finally, to conclude, I have 4 points. Let me read it to you, including the first. PLN, through the guidance from government, has developed electricity supply business power plant, RUPTL 2021 up to 2030, which is considered as a green RUPTL because it allocates a bigger portion for the development of renewable energy, namely geothermal power plant, small up to large scale of hydro, wind, solar, biomass, tidal power plant in all the province, including NTT province. Secondly, PLN has put strong effort in accelerating the achievement of 100% electrification ratio. The rural electrification program should be rooted in the energy trilemma concept. Third one, based on the study case on PLN Nusa Tenggara Timur, East Nusa Tenggara, PLN has established the roadmap of 100% electrification ratio in which PLN carries out renewable energy-based electrification, especially the utilization of solar energy in the implementation of solar home system, PLN standalone, PLTS standalone, PLTS hybrid with existing diesel generator and including the smart grid. And lastly, in order to increase the system reliability and energy mix of solar energy in a hybrid system, PLN entity has implemented smart microgrid system in Semau Island. And after the implementation, we can see that there has not been any interruption caused by the intermittency of PLTS or solar power plant, and the solar energy mix has increased. I think that's all from me, and I would encourage lively discussion as promised by Mr. Dewa to light up this afternoon session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Daniel, for your insightful presentation. So based on your presentation, I've observed that PLN has a strong commitment to enhance actually the electricity access, especially in remote areas in Nusa Tenggara Timur, for example, by promoting 100% renewable energy roadmap. Also, how PLN tried to have established an innovation through smart microgrids, which has helped to mitigate the intermittency which often occurs from the electricity generated from the solar PV. So it's very insightful one, and I've got noticed that Mr. Rene already in the Zoom. I would like to clarify. Mr. Rene, could you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. Sorry for getting late.
That's fine. That's fine, Mr. Rene. So secondly, I would like to invite Mr. Rene as the speakers here. So Mr. Rene Baruela currently serves as the Vice President for Corporate Affairs of National Power Corporation, or NPC, in Philippines. He started his career in NPC as a senior engineer back in 1991, and from there rose from the ranks. Prior to his appointment as a VP, he was department manager for design and development of the power engineering service for 9 months, and for operations planning and performance assessment of the small power utilities group for 5 years. So welcome, Mr. Baruela, and it is very nice to having you here.
Yes, thank you for having us also.
Right. So, Mr. Baruela, could you please share with us about the missionary electrification program that has been taken by NPC, please?
Yes, I have a presentation sent to the Secretariat.
Yes. Do you need our assistance to help you?
No, I submitted my presentation through email already. But if you cannot do it, I can share my screen, if that is possible.
Okay, could the
Would it be possible to share my screen?
Yes, you can share with your own screen.
Thanks. Thank you.
Right. We can see your slide.
Yes. Wait. I think it's the wrong one. I have to go to the. Can you see it?
Yes. But I think
Okay.
it's on your second slide, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, I'll just use this screen. Thank you. Just to save time. So I have a very short presentation. Basically, National Power Corporation is a government-controlled corporation. We used to be the only utility here in the Philippines, but back in 2000, there was a privatization effort by government. So right now, our power generations are mostly privately owned. in the mainland or in the main grid. So our focus now of the National Power Corporation is more on the missionary electrification. So my presentation will be on this mandate of the National Power Corporation, which is the missionary electrification. So basically, our missionary electrification is heavily subsidized. Unlike in the main grid, wherein our rates are not subsidized, but in the off-grid or in the remote islands, our cost of electricity is heavily subsidized because it's quite expensive. Right now, we are using mostly diesel as our source of power supply. So we have this universal charge for missionary electrification, which is actually being paid by all the consumers, in the whole country. So basically, this is our map, the map of the Philippines. You can see the red dots. These are all the off-grid areas in the whole country, from the north down to the south in Mindanao. So right now we have about for National Power Corporation, we have about 158 power plants. But we also have private sector in the off-grid areas. Right now they have 45 power plants. And we also have some renewable installed by these private sector companies. And aside from power plants, we also installed transmission lines in the major islands, like in Palawan, Mindoro, in Catanduanes area, and in Masbate. So basically, we have this one example of what we are doing right now, which is I've seen earlier presentation converting diesel into renewable. So that's basically what we are doing also in the Philippines. Because of the high cost of diesel right now, it started last year. It actually doubled our expenses on these islands. So the focus really now is to fast track, expedite our development of renewable. So we have this one example in Limasawa Island in the south. And we are doing a lot of works on how to really fast track this kind of projects nationwide. So just one example. Another example would be what we are doing right now. These are the hybrid systems. It's a solar diesel battery hybrid systems. Basically similar what we have discussed earlier. We have also one in the mid islands, a very small island in Palombanes. So just to share with you what is really the targets of the National Power Corporation is that starting this year, we are developing 4 areas with 735 kilowatt peak and battery of 350 kilowatt hours. So from 2023, in the next 5 years, the total that we are eyeing is around 35 megawatts, 35.9 megawatts of solar photovoltaic systems with 39 megawatt hours of battery. So we are eyeing of around 2.5 billion of savings out of this, or around 46 million the next 5 years. So you can see in the pie below that the share of renewable in our missionary areas. This is just for the missionary areas being undertaken by the National Power Corporation. There are also power systems undertaken by the private sector. So just for the National Power Corporation, we are eyeing around 30% of RE contribution or share by 2028. So that's basically the main challenge right now for us, how to really finish this 35 megawatts of target. And to save also fuel, there are some activities right now to interconnect major islands to the main grid. So aside from solar hybrid system, we are also doing similar to other Asian countries. We are also doing solar home systems. So we call this PV mainstreaming program, wherein we provide solar home system for those households that cannot be connected to the lines, to the distribution lines of the electric cooperatives. So we have a lot of household targets for the next several years. And aside from this, in order to develop some renewable indigenous resource, we are also into resource assessment of other potential like the micro mini hydro. We have a lot of wind potential also in the Philippines for the small islands. This is actually aside from the offshore large offshore wind projects being developed for the main grid. So basically, that's all my presentation. I basically shortened it just to save time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rene. So as per your presentation, so I'm clearly noticed that the NPC also have the strong commitment for improving the renewable energy access, for example, by implementing the hybridization projects, combining the solar PV, diesel, plus the battery. Also, the NPC currently in the process to expand more renewable energy use, for example, by implementing the mini and micro hydropower plants, which I saw it's potentially reach like 2 megawatt, if I'm not mistaken. But very well, Mr. Rene. And moving on to the last panelist, but not the least, Bu Puni. So everyone, we have Bu Puni here, and currently she is the Executive Director of Initiative Business dan Ekonomi Kerakyatan IBK, an NGO that has contributed to the development of 80 micro hydropower plants and solar power plants all across Indonesia. For almost 30 years, Bu Puni has consistently encouraged and campaigned for the use of renewable energy sources to support local economic growth and increase the welfare of the people who live in the rural areas. She also devotes herself to training and sending young graduates to become facilitators of community empowerment activities in frontier, outermost, underdeveloped areas throughout Indonesia. So I would like to welcome Bu Puni. I'm really honored to meeting you here, Bu. Yes, please, Bu Puni. So, Bu Puni, to start the presentation, I would like to ask, could you please share the IBK's experience on providing clear energy access in the remote areas? Also, what challenges that often faced by IBK to the implementation? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, when you talk about the challenges in Indonesia, everybody should know that we are an archipelago that stretches from western part of Indonesia to the eastern part. And this is like, if you put in the context of Europe, it's like from Dublin to Ankara. And we have so much difficulties due to the very remote and also very poor infrastructure. But we still have the courage that now, after more than 30 years, we are putting what we call a community-based system. Why we call this? Because for us, it is more important to train local community than just giving an infrastructure such as electricity, because otherwise will not be sustainable. I'm sure here many government officers who understand how difficult it is actually to put infrastructure facilities such as micro hydro, solar PV and everything, and we know exactly that they are finally not sustainable. That's why when we came there, we always putting what we call people-driven development, looking at the development from a different perspective. That's why here I would like to show you some films before I'm going to share with you about the young engineer since 2015 that we deploy to the very remote area of Indonesia for 1 year to help the local community to have their own passion, so that with this passion, they will develop their own facilities. By doing so, I can guarantee that this will be sustainable, because they know exactly that the passion of local community, we understand their energy, we understand their imagination. So this is very important in the development sector. This is 5 minutes film. I hope, can you put it next? Please. This is an INUSO in 2008. The latest one we have in 2018 in Sumba, but this is the really western part of Indonesia. We have half mega here, 250 twice. Next. Next. You see the purple circle is actually, they are in the national park. Nobody can enter that, but we told to the local government officer that, well, before you put this as a national park, the people already live there since early 1920s. So they have the right to have an electricity. And if you have that circle, it's where the location of the power plant, the half megawatt. Next. Ya, this is the film, 5 minutes, please enjoy. Bisa dimatikan nggak Pak, yang depan? Listriknya ya, biar jelas. Oh, the music is not there, it's fine. Ini mungkin terang. Can you see clearly, because I think this is very bright. Nggak ada orang teknisi yang bisa matikan ini ya. Well, in that villages, only 1 or 2 person who owns this very old one. Maybe if you were born in early 40s or 50s, you still have this kind of, and this is very pristine forest, very nice one. 17 hours driving from Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh province, but only 10 minutes drive from North Sumatra, Medan. I love this because this is like, you know, it's really scary, but we have to move forward, you know, in order to be able to get to the location. And we involving the whole community who are actually, they need the electricity. So we talk to them, if you need electricity, you should participate in the development process. Otherwise, we're not going to build anything, because you see this penstock is 68 meters length. And this is the power plant that, you know, powerhouse, and also the settling basins and everything. We only send an engineer and a foreman, but most of the workers is local people. This is what we're trying to push the government to use this system, because this is more sustainable. And you are also empowering the local community. This kind of approach, we call it techno-anthropology, bringing as close as possible the technology to the capability of local community. So you see the powerhouse is really in the edge of the riverbank, and this is very interesting because this is the very modern one. We have touchscreen, and also we can control from here. If the bearing is really hot, so we know that the operator, local operator, do not do anything right, so we can just, you know, tell them. And this is how with the whole community are hand in hand to bring all these facilities, and bringing the penstock, bringing the turbines, the generator and everything. And I told them that we have to be like PLN, because PLN is very professional, but local community can be also professional if you are willing to learn. We put the heart here. It's not only the brain, but the heart and the brain together to be able to support the local community, to have the capability to have their own electricity power supply. This is how our engineer are trying to put the turbine together with the local people, so they learn how, if something wrong, they know how to handle it. We're still in the power plant, still trying to put everything together. This is using the dual fin. And we are also developing 17 kilometers medium voltage line. This is what we call it microgrid. It's a very interesting to see the the ALC, the electric load controller, that very complicated but user-friendly, I call it, because we are capable enough, to tell the local community, and they are only, drop out from 3rd grade of elementary school. This is, you see, this is just like a PLN when they're building it. This is the 17 kilometers medium voltage line. And after that, we also make them participate in the household connection. They have a very simple house, and sometimes they don't even need a big as you are the consumer of PLN. They are only like 10 watts at home. It depends how much they can afford and how much they need for their home. And this is the power plant. And as I mentioned before, this is using the very high technology, the touchscreen. Also, if having an internet, we can also, control from here. I still have time. Well, ini nggak ada musiknya ya, musiknya hilang. It's fine. Okay. And how this looks like? The touchscreen I told you in the first place. I'm so happy that finally the local community understand that if you have the capability and want to learn, even though it's very difficult, you have a chance to understand. Even though the Japanese especially always asking me, hi, this is high technology. Yeah, just unfortunately in such an area, we don't have an engineer. Even we don't have somebody graduate from technical school. Next, if we, cepat aja yang ini, very quick, this is the Puri Bedong mini grid structure. We putting this as a mini grid structure. Jamur Gele, it's the first place 40 kilowatt. Next, agak cepat mas, waktunya udah mau habis. And this is the INUSO. First, 250 kilowatt, INUSO 2, 250. We have a black start, load shedding, load sharing, load rejection, central dispatch and load control unit. And after from the medium voltage lines, we go to the 220 volt, going to the low consumer, and then Kumpang Lempo, this is only the places, and 6 villages to the north of INUSO. Well, next. This is in the eastern part of Indonesia. Before, the hydro is the really western. This is the eastern part. It's only 4 meter high. This is a next lagi. This is a wind turbine. It's only 50 watt, but it creates electricity. And it's a very simple one. Next. With 100, so, yeah. This is how the kids, they call it the sky dancer. I don't know, they call it penari langit is sky dancers. We have our engineer is a graduate from Japan and working there for 14 years. And then they decided to come back to Indonesia, and finally, they have the capability to install this. This is a 100 units, each like 50 watts. So as I mentioned, total is like 50 kilowatts. And what is very important for us and the struggle is how to make sure that local community are involved. Without their involvement, without the cooperative, then we were not going to support anything. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Puni. So very enlightening presentations. And I'm taking the great note here, the fact that, yes, we need innovations to improve our energy security, but to make it sustain, we need to improve our human capacity. Very well, Bu Puni. And now we begin to the Q&A session. So for the Q&A session, actually, I would open the questions to the all participants here. If you want to ask some question, please kindly raise your hand, and one of the committee will help you by providing the microphone so your questions could be clearly heard. Also, if I think that there's also the participants from the Zoom, right? So if there's also a participant from the Zoom wants to raise some questions, please type it down on the comments section, please. Oh, so we have the first question from Pak Joko, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I would like to ask Ibu Mumpuni, how do you finance those mini grids? Thank you.
Well, since the beginning of our organization, we mainly depends on fundraising, because we work with the local community, and it takes some time for us to prepare. Social preparation play a very important role, and this kind of system is not compatible with the government system. So they all understand in the first place that we need the support from either the donor or from the CSR or from anyone who has the heart to support the local community to have the electricity. Once I trying to work together with the local government, and it's really come up with a disaster because they do not understand how that having a village meeting for a week, 2 weeks, like sometimes 7 weeks, because we want to make sure that local community are willing to have, we call it institutional in the site, either cooperative or whatever you name it, like local PLN, local PLN, but they call it PLD, Perusahaan Listrik Desa, the village, the village organization that run, operate, and maintains that. Also, we should find an organization that understand that they have to have a system how to collect the electricity bill. Also, they have to choose the operator who are actually will be, operating, managing, and also maintaining all the facilities. Not only at the moment, but we always say that this is very important not only for yourself, but for your future. For your children, for your grandchildren, and so on, So when you ask me, the fund is always coming from the very flexible fund that we can organize the local community to be the person that in charge in the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Puni. Actually, I have a following up questions based on Pak Joko's question. As far as I know, there's also the financial options through crowdfunding, which I believe has been explored widely. And now Indonesia is currently working on it to find whether is it possible to finance more energy project which located in remote areas, since we know that the economic feasibility of remote areas, energy project in remote areas is very challenging. So my question is, do you think the crowdfunding is a possible option? The first one. And the second one is, do you think the crowdfunding is also a sustainable financial option for the renewable energy projects in remote areas?
Well, crowdfunding depends, because mostly what I understand, when you start investment in renewable energy, the cost is not cheap. I remember we already fundraising like 5 years. Up till now, we cannot get the fund yet because we would like to build in a very remote of Papua, Singa. You can imagine we need, the fund is about $7 million US, and it's not an easy one to have a crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is coming to the project that maybe below 1 million, and why our organization is really pushing the people who would like to join to do the renewable energy. You should understand that this is need somebody who has a heart. What I mean by has a heart is you are working in a corporate, but you have the CSR from several CSR, then actually you start having that. We are supporting by the government of Japan in our early life, in early 90s. Then in 2000, we think that our model that we developed can be replicated to the government, because our system is we make the local organization very strong, then those organizations will be responsible to manage the fund, and we only come and helping them to develop together. So this has to be transparent, well dosed, because otherwise, well, what is it, and continuously monitored, and we have to make them understand that this is not a cheap project. So you have to be very serious one.
Thank you, Bu Puni, for the answers. So the next question, I would like to ask the floor if there's also questions from the participants. Yes, please, Miss Randy.
Here we go. Thank you so much. I was thinking about regulation governing these remote areas, because at the UN we work with the Pacific, and one of the ideas that is prevailing there is that if they harmonize regulations across remote areas, then potentially the solutions will be cheaper. I was wondering if either of you could speak to, do you think this is a viable strategy? If yes, why? If yes, if no, why not? And then talk a bit about if there has been any regulatory work done to support the rollout of energy access here in the remote areas. Thank you so much.
Well, the most challenging and the biggest issue up till now that everybody, I'm sure you have to admit it, is we have a government who had a really consistent in the inconsistency about renewable energy. Why I say that? Because in 2015, I was lucky enough to be in the first ring. I mean, I'm so close and working, helping as an expert, senior advisor for the Minister of Energy. We're trying to put a regulatory framework that can fit everybody. Anyone, even you are private sector, you are welcome to come to the very remote area, and then you are making a survey how much is the capability of local people can pay of the investment on renewable energy that you are making. And the margin, the rest, I give you an example. The capacity of local people to pay is only 2 cents per kilowatt hour. But as a private, you are willing to build first, but you have to sell them for 5 cents. And the 3 cents should be the government first. After several years, and then when the payback is there, your profit is already, payback and everything, then you have the local community to develop on their own. Was really, everybody was happy. We think that this kind of regulatory can be, regulator can be, can be in place soon. But after 2 years, there is the replacing of the minister. Then you go to the, zero again. This is happening all the time. We have also very nice feed-in tariff. It's already in the regulatory framework, and everybody was exciting, and embrace, this. This is very nice one. But after a while, they're changing again. It's like solar rooftop right now. Before, you can have an on-grid, and PLN was like suddenly changing their mind, only buying for like 15 or 35% of your installed capacity. But no, the new regulation, you're not allowed, So this is what makes it confused. So I think in Indonesian case, the best one is, yes, I agree with you, talk to the local government. But now also, it's changing again. Before, the local government, we call it kabupaten, is really the closest one with the local community in charge with the energy sector. But no longer. They pull up and put it in the province. And the province is still very far. If, for instance, in Papua, you need to walk like 15 days, from the local government to the province level. Yeah, but I'm still optimistic. Someday, somehow, the community have the strength, or Indonesia will be go to the right direction, how to speed up the electrification system. This morning, I talked to the PLN. On how to speed up the electrification in Papua. And again, we are talking about the human being. As long as we have capable human capital, then the development can speed up on their own with only very small trigger. Once we only depend on government, depend on PLN, depend on whoever, without empowering the local community who are, actually really in a direct need of electricity, then we are going nowhere. Sorry, Robin.
Thank you, Bu Puni. Right.
Okay, maybe from PLN side.
It's up to you.
I heard that. I assume that she expected one answer from me as well. So, firstly, PLN really appreciate all the unsung hero, just like Ms. Mumpuni, who participate in accelerating the same access for electricity in all countries. Second of all, I'm interested that Mr. Mumpuni emphasized on people-driven development, because actually that is the most important one. Thirdly, talking about the financing or funding or the investment, just to put it in context, take East Nusa Tenggara as one of example. To accelerate the ratio reaching 100% electrification, based on my rough calculation, we're gonna need like 200 million US dollars, and that is not cheap. That is only to solve one province, and we still have yellow and red color provinces that I saw at the first presentation. That's why Indonesian government, since I think focusedly since the last 5 years, put state capital investment in a huge amount. We call it penyertaan modal negara, PMN. Huge state capital investment to help PLN as the operator to fasten up, to speed up the development of rural electrification. Just like I said, one province might take like 100 million of US dollars to really solve the problem. Because now we are facing the very remote areas where the investment per capita is really high. This is high cost. But again, first, I would like to emphasize this, and appreciation goes to Ms. Mumpuni and all of the unsung hero out there. Join hand in hand with PLN to electrify all those people in remote areas. Thank you.
I forgot to mention and give appreciation to PLN. PLN supporting us in making a program. PLN and Pertamina is the biggest supporter, sending the young engineer. Because I myself and my husband was thinking that we're no longer young anymore, and we still need somebody who are crazily willing to stay in the village. So we have this, it's almost 1,000 now. Every year, 100 Patriot energy, we call it. Why we call it Patriot? Because we give them 4 competency. Technical competency, patriotism, otherwise you will not going to go to the Papua walking for 15 days, just to reach a hamlet that do not have electricity. And then we have also what we call it a community-based development mindset. They know how to pursue the local community to have a passion so that they can build together the electricity demand. And the last one is sincerity competency. How we measure that? We have a mindfulness training honestly, 45 days, we are really preparing this young engineer and we deploy them. And when they came to the very remote area of Indonesia, even sometimes we call it the frontier area, they have to work to find renewable energy sources in those particular villages that we know from GPS, from the report from the local people, now thanks to social media, because they are capable enough to send the message to us. And with PLN Pertamina, then we are trying to encourage this young engineer, and now we have a list of many projects. And the best one is, because he's talking about the government fund, a huge fund, and you are using the project, it's really top down, and this is really cost a lot of money. But if we give the fund, to this young engineer, so that they have the capability to work with the local community, this will speed up the system, and it doesn't really cost a lot of money if you put this as a project. But, well, this is depend on how we are going to move. Are we going to use the private to achieve the local community, or we are going this young engineer to work together with them? This is a matter of choice. Thank you.
Right. Wow. So as I promised to you that we will have some lively discussions, and it's happening right now. Right. Moving on. I also have a questions to Mr. Baruela. So hopefully you are still with me.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. Right. So, as we know that securing the electricity supply in archipelagic countries is really challenging. So the data I taken from the statistics, as of the December 2021, so the household electrification level in the Luzon grid in Philippines was about 98.67%. In comparison to the Mindanao grid had an electrification level of 85.99%. So my question is, what strategy or innovation is taken by NPC to enhance the electricity supply in Mindanao? Also, based on your presentation, I realized that the Mindanao will will rely on the diesel. Do you think that the hybrid program that is proposed by NPC could also help in enhancing the electricity access in Mindanao? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. The household electrification in the Philippines is not purely being undertaken by National Power Corporation. Household electrification is being undertaken by the whole government, government agencies, private sector. So the target now really is that in 2028, we will be able to have a 100% household electrification throughout the country. So, well, basically, we have different industry structure with PLN, with Indonesia. In the Philippines, we are more on we are encouraging more private sector participation. So, like in the power generation, in the main grid, mostly are now with the private sector. And the direction now in the missionary areas is to also encourage private sector participation in those areas. Of course, like what I heard a while ago, is that the cost of electricity might be very expensive for those communities living in the remote areas. Yes, but however, we have this what we call the subsidy or the universal charge for missionary electrification. So wherein we use these funds collected from the all end users to help minimize the cost in the remote areas. And with the private sector participation, we are hoping that this subsidy will be lessened or reduced in the next few years with the participation of more private companies in the missionary areas. So hopefully we are with our Department of Energy here in the Philippines, we are hoping that household electrification will be achieved in 2028 based on our 2020 population. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Baruela. So we have time limitation here. Before I close the session today, I would like to have one final question from the participants. Does anyone want to raise some questions? No? No one? Oh, yes, we have one. The final. Because of the time limitation, sir, please be concise of the question and please direct it to whom you are addressing the question to. Please. Thank you.
Tes. Saya Matias dari CSAS. Saya mau nanya ke Ibu Mumpuni ya. Itu cycle time-nya buat mini sama yang satu lagi ada yang 40 megawatt Hamlet Jamur itu juga bagian dari projectnya. Cycle time-nya berapa? Karena kalau yang besar-besar itu 4 tahun, 5 tahun ya. Buat satu grid. And this one is mostly hydro and wind. How about ocean? Because in Indonesia, not utilizing any ocean, and we are a lot of ocean for mini project.
Pak, maaf ya, saya mau klarifikasi. Yang Bapak maksud cycle time project-nya atau sustainability dari maintenance-nya atau yang mana? Jadi saya nanti nggak salah jawab.
Mungkin semuanya ya, mungkin dari financing sampai yang dapat dari Jepang sampai itu di commissioning. Lalu juga kalau grid kan biasanya 50 tahun ya, kalau mini itu berapa tahun harus diganti lagi atau di maintenance-nya juga.
Baik Pak, jadi gini, kalau membangun itu tergantung ya.
Sorry Bu Puni, could you please
sorry.
with
in
English? Yeah, right. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I was still asking. When you ask me how, it depends. When there is a tsunami in Aceh and I have to help PLN, only 3 months, we are capable enough to bring more than 50 people from Java, to work very quickly to build, that's only 34 kilowatt, Pak, not megawatt. And then Jamur Gele, we also built for 6 months. But Ainuso with 250 kilowatt times 2 is half megawatt. We need 1 year. So it depends because we are working on mini and micro. It means that doesn't need to build a very huge dam. So it's at the maximum 1.5 years. Okay, but the lifetime, I always encourage the local community. If you maintain this properly, it can last long like 100 years and years. Because I saw one outside Tokyo, one small power plant is almost 300 years. The key is maintenance. So we have to have a maintenance culture also in our community. And the longest small hydro that we built in 1991, it's still running up till now. So how many years you can guess? This is again, I hope answering your question. And time is up. I know.
Yeah.
Thank you for a good question.
Thank you, Bu Puni. So thank you for the questions. So because the time's up, I'm already being noticed multiple times. Time's up. But yeah, I need to end this session. But please bear me about 3 minutes before I end up the session today. I would like to ask each panelist to deliver the final statement. So the first, I would like to ask Pak Daniel also. So the question would be like, could you please share your closing statement about the PLN perspective on current and future energy innovation to improve energy security, which also become your closing statement. So please, Pak Daniel, for a minute, pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Firstly, I would like to emphasize that rural electrification through renewable energy is really a fight that is really worth to fight for, and I, through this evening session, encourage us to participate. Depends on your role. Maybe you are PLN engineers, maybe NGO, from our government especially, and all the researchers all out there to help PLN hand in hand to speed up the rural electrification. That is the first. Secondly, tackling the techno-economic challenges, we need technology. And technology adoption is really a vital key and play a significant role to speed up this energy transition. Lastly, but not the least, collaboration. We need synergy through all the stakeholders from top to bottom, as said by Mr. Mumpuni, people-driven. Yeah. So we can combine the top-down approach and the bottom-up approach to help the energy transition, the rural electrification through the utilization of energy and green and clean energy, make it possible in the next coming years. I think that's all. Thank you for hearing us, and hopefully we can meet up in other lively session. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Daniel. Also, the same questions to Mr. Baruela about your suggestions on the improving the energy security in Philippines through the utilization of emerging clean energy innovation. Please, Mr. Baruela, a minute.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I believe we are in the same direction, using renewable or indigenous resources, because you know, fossil fuels like what is happening right now is really going high. You know, it's not really the prices of oil is not going down anymore. So the direction really for now, especially in the Philippines, to really develop fast track renewable, and in our case, we can really develop this more faster if we have a private sector participation, greater private sector participation. So that's basically what we are right now. The policy of government right now is more on the private sector participation, because you know, government cannot just handle this solely, especially for the missionary electrification, because it's quite expensive, really. So using the use of renewable, the use of alternative fuels, and private sector participation would really help us achieve our objective of providing electricity in all areas in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baruela. And the last, Bu Puni. So, what is your thoughts on clean energy innovation to realize energy security in remote islands, as well as your closing statement? So, 1 minute, please.
I just would like to raise a very simple word called democratization of energy. We give space to the local people to be able to create and provide their own energy with a community-based approach. Then you can secure that utilizing local resources with connecting the capacity and capability of local community will be a very good combination to be able to face in the future that net zero emission can be tackled if we aware that community-based, people-driven development, democratization of energy are in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Puni. And thank you very much for Mr. Rene Baruela, who joined us virtually from Philippines. Also, Pak Daniel Tampu Bolon and Bu Tri Mumpuni for your valuable sharing. Also, I would like to thank and send appreciation for all the participants who actively joined these discussions. And thank you for the time, and have a nice day, everyone. So I'm passing this microphone to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Margenta, for your excellent moderation for all panelists and also participants here who has joined the lively discussion. Now moving on to the second panel, please allow me to welcome Mr. Shigeru Kimura from IRIA.
Sore now. My name is Shigeru Kimura from the area. I'm in charge of the moderator of the panel session 2. Now this workshop started 9 a.m. this morning. Then we have lunch break, but it's already 6 hours past. So that I guess everybody tired. But this is the last session, so that very much appreciate your continuous pay attention to the this panel discussion. Appreciate your cooperation. This session is discuss about the challenge and strategy to provide electricity in non-main island and remote grid in ASEAN. So that previous session discussed about the how improve the electricity supply in rural areas, including island. So that many three panelists, two panelists is discuss about the renewable energy like solar PVs and mini hydros and in isolated areas. But this session is I'd like to discuss about the how to improve the electricity supply in the existing power supply system. How to improve the existing power supply systems. I think that many islands still continue to use the diesel power generations. So that PLN speakers, Daniels, is introduced as the hybrid systems, existing diesel plus solar plus battery storage. That is very good ideas, and I very much appreciate the PLN's good effort. Then why solar PV is and battery is recommended is used? One reason is clean. Solar is clean. But another reason is solar as hybrid systems can reduce diesel consumption. It means PLN can reduce number of transportation of diesel to island. This is really economic reasons. So that I guess the this reason is big portion for the PLN. Why PLN to install the solar PV and the battery system into the island areas. So that, but anyways, how to reduce the diesel oil consumption, how to reduce the diesel number of diesel transportations. Then in this regard, solar PV and renewable is one of ideas, but another idea is natural gas. So that Indonesia is consists of the many kind of the island, small island and a big island like Java, but there are some middle-sized island around the Nusa Tenggara Islands, so that island is some significant population, 30,000, 40,000, so that some electricity demand is big. So that solar PV system is not working, not enough. In this case, I think that to replace the existing diesel power by the gas power plant, its gas power generation system, it's one of ideas. In case of the LNG, that is liquid natural gas. It's compressed almost 600. So that 600 cubic meters gas is compressed to the 1 cubic meters. So that LNG transportation is big amount of the gas can transport to the island. So that compared to the diesel transportation, I think that number of the number of the fuel transportation in case of the LNG, it is reduced. So that still, I think that this is very attractive for the PLN. So in this regard, today we have the three panelists. First panelist is Mr. Dimas Hario Dito. He's group head of corporate strategy, PGM. So Mr. Dimas, so please come to the stage. So next panelist is Mustafid Gunawan, is the director of the Oil and Gas Development Program, Directorate General Oil and Gas of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Indonesia. So Pak Gunawan, so please come to the stage. Third panelist is Muhammad Darwin, head of the Ministry of Energy Mineral Resource, Riau Island Province, Indonesia. So Pak Darwin, please come to the stage. Same as the previous session. So firstly, I asked to the three panelists to make the presentations, hopefully less than 10 minutes. And then after that is I would like to open the floor and discuss about the how to improve electricity supply to the island, especially not small but medium size. Using the LNG or also the solar PV systems, and hybrid system consists of the LNG and solar PV is also one of very important hybrid systems. So that then after that, as we have the discussion. So I would like to invite the first panelist. So Pak Dimas, appreciate your presentation. So floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Please show the material. So me as a PGN, the Perusahaan Gas Negara, have the obligation to provide the gas in Indonesia, including in the central part and eastern part of Indonesia. So maybe after the presentation is short, some important information that I want to share is gas is a transition energy, and then the gas can be complementary to the new renewable energy. It means it can be used as a base load to meet the base load or the swing load in the area located in Indonesia. But the challenge is how about the demand? Because managing the transportation and also the logistic of the gas is more difficult compared to the diesel. So if you see Indonesia, Indonesia is an archipelago country. It means many islands in Indonesia. Currently, we have more gas market in western part of Indonesia, located in Sumatra and Java. We have the transmission pipeline and also the distribution pipeline. To meet the security of supply in western part of Indonesia, currently we have 3 LNG receiving terminals located in Nangro Aceh Darussalam, and then located in Lampung and also in Teluk Jakarta. But Indonesia also need gas in central part and in eastern part of Indonesia. So we see currently also we have the LNG existing LNG terminal as a LNG export terminal that can be used as a strategy how to provide competitive LNG in for the central part and eastern part of Indonesia. We have Arun and also we have Bontang. We will develop this terminal as a LNG hub and also LNG bunkering and also LNG break bulking to serve more scattered demand in Central and Eastern. And this is a very important strategy because we have also to bring the gas in more affordable price for the customer. Next. Oh, sorry, the slide. This is one is a visualization of what I mentioned before. Next. So the challenge is focused more on the logistic and also the technology, how to provide the competitive logistic costs because the demand is very scattered. Although the demand is huge if we total all the demand, but the location is very scattered, and also there is a lower capacity factor. If we refer to the ministerial decree 249/2022, the demand is very scattered. It means we have to develop many logistic solution, how to bring gas to those areas. We see that maybe all areas cannot be met by gas. So we have to develop more selective solution. If we see the number 2 box, we see that maybe certain area like LNG cluster area can be developed LNG hub. For the hub facility, it can be FSRU, floating storage regasification unit, or ORU, onshore receiving unit. The prerequisite is we need a large power plant located near the storage area, because in managing the LNG storage, there will be a boil of gas generated by the LNG. So we need to deliver the boil of gas to the power plant in order to have the efficient logistic costs and manage the boil of gas produced by the LNG. Other solution, we can develop the solution without hub. It means like the point-to-point solution, but it will bring the logistic costs more higher compared to the solution where we can have the LNG hub as the storage facility to serve maybe like a LNG clustering in certain areas. So there is 2 solutions or 2 options to provide this LNG. And also we can use the hub facility actually by utilizing the existing LNG terminal. So like Arun and Bontang, actually it can be used as a hub. And also those facilities currently serve electricity or power plant and also fertilizer. It means that we can use or manage the boil of gas more efficient if we can combine this existing terminal with maybe gas demand located near those facilities. So another parameters then should be met is we have to select the technology meeting 3 important requirements. It should meet bring the security of supply, also fulfill the safety requirement, and also provide the reliability energy to those power plants. And also the challenge should focus to how to obtain the supply chain scheme that match the power plant operating model, because at the end of the day, we have to provide a more efficient solution to the power plant or maybe to the PLN in order to convert the existing diesel power plant to gas or LNG power plant. And also in meeting those solutions, we have to meet the safety and reliability requirement, and also meet the obligation from the program or mandate from the government how to provide the efficient, long-term, sustainable operations. Next. So how about the PGN perspective in meeting those challenges? We divide perspective in the supply side, demand side, and also infrastructure side. For the supply side, we see the LNG source should be flexible, and also we have to develop several options. If there is LNG source located near the gas demand, it can be used as an option. or we can utilize the existing LNG terminal to provide the LNG break bulking into small volume and then bring those volume or LNG to the power plant. There is the supply side. For the demand side, we see not only a power plant that need gas actually. If we have LNG facilities in those power plant, actually we can develop more to serve other customer like industrial demand, commercial demand, and household demand. But because this is more retail demand, actually the requirement is to have the LNG infrastructure first developed in those areas to trigger more demand, the retail demand as a next development. So in order to meet those requirements, actually we need a collaboration in how to develop the planning and also how to bring the capacity not only to meet the power demand, but also maybe like a spare capacity or additional capacity to enable LNG bring to those areas to meet the gas demand from industrial, commercial, and household. And also we see on the infrastructure side, because this is very challenging, we have to find the optimal solution by utilizing the existing asset, maybe not only the LNG asset, maybe like jetty or maybe the existing diesel infrastructure, in order to share the existing utility or infrastructure in order to bring more affordable LNG to those areas. And also, if the demand is located near the existing LNG infrastructure, so we have to integrate the logistic and also the infrastructure, especially the capacity, in order to bring a competitive cost and also to meet the affordability where it is very challenging to meet the demand because it's very scattered, and also one location the demand is very small in the gas view, the developing the infrastructure. Last slide. So PGN, sorry, actually there is one slide that not in this presented in this area. Actually, we want to highlight the need to have the integration and collaboration. So to provide this infrastructure in planning stage, we need to collaborate in how to develop this infrastructure. And then for the development phase, we need to utilize the existing infrastructure or maybe the other infrastructure to have the sharing costs in order to meet the obligation how to provide the security of supply, the affordability, and also meeting the safety requirement. Actually, Indonesia have the existing LNG export terminal. We have to utilize this infrastructure to meet to bring the gas in more affordable and competitive price to provide the efficiency to the power plant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimas. So he mentioned about the energy supply chain. It's a focus on the east Indonesia, like surrounded by the Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Papua, and then Nusa Tenggara. That area is remarkable population. I think I forget, but around the 20% of population is located in east part of the Indonesia, and there are significant electricity demand. So that I think LNG demand also he mentioned is significant. So that how to deliver the LNG to the each island. That is a very important issue, and we area is surely support PGM to apply the optimization models, seeking optimal transport, delivering the LNG to the island. So that maybe later we will discuss. Thank you again for your presentation. The next, I'd like to invite the Pak Gunawan is from the Migas. then I think that gas is very important fuel for Indonesia. And Indonesia has two big demand. One is export, another one is domestic use. So that I very much appreciate the MIGAS strategy for the how to increase energy and how to use to the energy in Indonesia or outside, out of the Indonesia. So, Gunawan, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yang saya hormati Pak Joko Siswanto, Sekretaris Jenderal Dewan Energi, Secretary General of National Energy Council, Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe, Special Advisor to the President of AREA, panelists and moderators, attendees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a pleasure for me to take part in today's Indonesia-ASEAN Chairmanship event entitled on improving energy security in island and remote grids in ASEAN through utilization of emerging clean energy innovation workshop. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. So, on behalf of MIGAS, I will present about the material like in the screen. There are background. Indonesia, whose main power source is coal, have been using diesel fuel to generate electricity in small and medium-sized islands. The Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia has mandated two state-owned enterprises, Pertamina and PLN, to establish LNG supply to support the conversion of power plants in remote islands from diesel fuel to natural gas through Minister Energy Mineral Resources Decision Number 249, year 2022. To be economically feasible, the shift from coal and diesel-fired power plants to natural gas power plants needs to consider not only capital and operation costs of the gas power plants, but also the same costs related to the LNG receiving terminal or ports, the amount of the projected electricity demand in each of the islands needs to pass certain power demand. Next, please. For the energy transition, the natural gas is the main choice as an alternative energy sources. Natural gas role has become more crucial for power generation in ASEAN, given the current situation of energy security and climate change mitigation efforts. When used for power generation, natural gas emits about half as much carbon dioxide as coal, and its combustion process also produces fewer air pollutants such as sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide. Indonesia's national gas resources are sufficient for the next few decades. This abundance makes it relatively inexpensive and reliable source of energy. As natural gas will continue to grow, the government is pursuing the production from the existing field, development of conventional and unconventional field, as well as a production increase through workover and enhanced gas recovery (AGR). Right now, currently 68% of gas is consumed by the domestic. Next, please. This picture is about the gas utilization in Indonesia, showing that in Indonesia from 2000 2012 to 2022, the domestic use is a black color, and the export is the red one. We can see that year by year, from the domestic consumption is increase, and from the export decrease. This is a policy from the government, put the priority on the domestic first. The Indonesian government is committed on increasing the use of the gas for the domestic purpose and reducing import due to the declining production of natural gas. 68% of gas domestic use industrial sector is the largest gas consumer, followed by electricity. Next, please. This is about Indonesia gas balance from 2023 until 2032. Regarding the gas balance from 2023 to 2032, Indonesia natural gas producing will be decreasing significantly if it is only produced by the existing supply. But it will be only be decreasing slightly if considering existing plus project supply. However, if from the existing project and potential supply will on stream, so natural gas production will be generally increasing in 2032. Next, please. This is Indonesia LNG balance from 2033 and 2032. In terms of LNG balance, Indonesia still has the opportunity to produce significant LNG until 2035. We can see from the picture that the red color is uncommitted LNG, because the policy from the government, we put the domestic demand first as a priority. So if we see from the blue color, they are decreasing year by year until 2035, become very small for the export. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, in this slide, I will explain a little bit of story about the fuel to gas conversion program in Indonesia. Maybe already explained a little bit by previous speaker. In 2019, Indonesia trade balance experienced a deficit due to the high fuel import. In power plant side, the high fuel consumption led to the high power supply prime cost reaching 757.7 for gas PPP with gas price at $6 per MMBTU, and 2,514 for fuel PPP. The high fuel consumption and power supply prime cost occurred since the power plant consume fuel when they supposed to consume gas due to the unavailability of gas infrastructure. The President gave direction to overcome that situation. First, gasification in electricity by PLN by replacing existing power plants that are currently consuming diesel to consuming gas. Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources assigning together PLN and Pertamina to prepare the facility. Secondly, the substitution of marine vessel power plant that is currently using fuel to using gas until the power plant in onshore is built. To follow up, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources issued ministerial decision number 249 on the assignment on LNG supply and infrastructure development, as well as fuel to LNG conversion for power supply to accelerate the fuel to LNG conversion program. Next, please. This is a map showing that the distribution of location. There are 47 locations with around 282 pptu gas, and we hope start in 2024. We can already finish to minimum for the maybe first for vulcanization switch to the gas. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several advantages of power plant gasification project, among other. First, reducing oil imports to maintain trade balance and foreign exchange. Second, contributing to value added and multiplier effect to the local people's economy. Third, optimizing the use of gas for domestic. Fourth, meeting the commitment of Paris Agreement and NDC. Fifth, meeting energy mix target in national energy policy. Sixth, reducing carbon emission, and it is more environmentally friendly than fuel. Seven, reducing government's fuel electricity subsidy, and the last, making a more competitive national electricity supply price. Next, please. And there are some key factors that determine the success of power plant gasification program, such as first, government support. Second, infrastructure availability. Third, logistic cost. And the fourth is multi-sector purposes. Throughout this program, the connectivity of gas infrastructure in eastern Indonesia can also be improved, which could lead to energy security. This is highly suitable for its geographical characteristics, consisting of scattered mid-sized islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pak Gunawan. I think now is Indonesia I understand that increase the domestic use of the natural gas, the transportation by the area energies. Then I think it is also in case of transportation is PGM is in charge of. What is the difference between the PGM and yes? So anyways, because it's in charge of the production of energy mainly, and but currently is that production is going down, but in the future it's increasing. Hopefully, is potential demand, potential production. So I really hope the increase of production. Thank you again for your presentations. And last but not least, next speaker is Pak Darwin from the Riau Island, and I hope he's introduced us the power supply and demand situation of the Riau Island, and appreciate to share us the issue and the challenge of the Riau Island. So, Pak Darwin, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yang kami hormati Pak Joko Suswanto, Sekretaris Jenderal National Energy Council, Mr. Sigaru Kimura from area, and Pak Beni Suryadi from ACE, and our partner, Mr. Agus Kuswardoyo, FVP LN. Thank you for having me today. I'd like to share our experience in electrification for islands. Next. So the fact is today our electrification ratio is
96.3%. So there's 3.6% or 24,000 households that have not covered by electricity services. And then in PLN service, today we still have 77 units that only operation for 14 hours, and about 9 islands or subsystem of PLN only operational for 7 hours per day. And then Kepulauan Riau consists of more than 2,804 islands, which is 937 of them, 379 of them are inhabited islands. Today still there are 80 inhabited islands without electricity. So this is our backlog today. Next. So what we going to do is we have, first of all, we have to build the collaboration and synergy with the state electricity company, which is PLN and PLN Batam, who held the biggest business area in the Kepri, and then also coordinating and synchronization between government, especially to central government, and then also organizing CDCSR in the area, and then research with academic and also civil or electrical organization. And last one is developing application for improving services, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. So we have several programs to increase our electrification ratio, assistance for new electrical installation, and then developing an installation for genset. We're still using genset for several islands where the and then so we also providing a solar home system for the islands with under 50 households. Next. So this is our roadmaps for this year. The first three is by PLN. So there is 19 islands where PLN will increase the operational hour through various programs, the desalination, hybrid solar power plants, mini gas engine power plant, and grid connecting between islands under 600 meters between islands. And then we have 17 islands to energizing by PLN to increase operational hour by solar PV. And then we had 6 islands, unelectrified 6 islands by solar PV. And also this year, we have program 2085 system for new electricity installation. The program consists from the government budget, central government budget, local government budget, and also CDCSR. And we have the role here, facilitating and coordination between the region, local government, especially facilitating land provision, and also provide local budget for this program. Next. So through since 2020 until 2022, so our key performance index, so the electrification ratio already increased from 93 to 96. We have different data for calculating the electrification ratio because we use the different data of the household. So I think that the electrification ratio never come to 100% because every day there will be a new household. And then ratio of electrified village, thank you to the PLN, by 2022, all of the village in the area has already electrified. And inhabited islands without electricity, so we have decreased the number from 155 to 81 in 2022. And also we have assistance for new electricity installation for the low-income household and the remote village. Till 2022, we already have 6,850 households, consist from the state budget, a local budget, and also CDCSR. Next. So this is our big challenge to provide electricity equally throughout the islands, throughout the many households, scattered islands in Kepri. Generator set is still need because some of the islands furthermore, in the program of the new energy solar PV by the PLN, they still need a backup from the genset, especially for the intermittency. But for the islands, if the inhabitants under 50 households, it's impossible to generate the genset there. So we give a solar home system to the people in the small islands. But today, we encourage PLN to cooperate with wave for power from Sweden to generate wave power in Natuna. So there will be promoting construction and then developing the usage of renewable energy in the area. So this wave power will produce green hydrogen hydropower in the area. So today there has been a mutual understanding or LOI between Indonesian Power and wave for power. So hopefully, in not very long, we'll have wave power in the area. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pak Darwin is sharing the current situation of the electricity situation of the island. Thank you very much. And after the presentation is firstly, I deliver the one question to each panelist. Then after that, I open floor and I want to receive the several questions. Firstly is I have PGM. According to your presentation materials, so PGM is a deliver the small size LNG to the each island. And in this case, is you need medium, small and medium size LNG tanker to deliver the LNG to island. And also one delivering system is hub and spoke, go back. And another way is, Joko mentioned, the Milkland is delivering the 3 islands. So that I think it is very important strategy for the PGM. So how do you consider the how many tankers will be needed? I'm not sure. You cannot answer. And also the how will you deliver the small and mid-sized LNG to each island? I think that more than 30 or 40 islands around in the east part of the Indonesia. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So in my presentation, we already highlight that the challenge is the scattered demand, very remote location, and we see this very low capacity factor. So first, we need to confirm first about the demand in terms of the volume, because at the end of the day, we have to bring efficiency to the power plant. So for the logistic itself, we are still calculating about the logistic because we have to collaborate first with the PLN to confirm the numbers. Yeah, there's maybe several options about the logistic, but PLN have to confirm first about the demand and also about the mostly on the demand side. Yeah, because the efficiency is very challenging. We see that there is a lot of location, and we need to prioritize first which one have to bring to meet the gas or the demand first, because if we develop all the solution or all the demand, we need a lot of investment. But for the PLN side, there's the need to bring the efficiency and also maybe to provide not only the price but also the delivery time. So we already developed like the very small scale solution and then the mid scale, but when we confirm to PLN, actually the PLN still evaluating the numbers. So that's why in our presentation we not provide the numbers because it's still ongoing process, but we already highlight the key challenges and also the high level strategy. And it is very important to utilize the existing infrastructure to have the shared cost in terms of the logistic. The hub, we provide those solutions and present to the audience, but the challenge is we need a bigger power plant located near the hub, because in order to manage the boil of gas, we have to deliver stable gas to the power plant. This is the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that according to the Miga's presentation, is 47 diesel power plant replaced by the gas power plant using the LNG. So that I think one by one you proceed. So first year two power plant, second year 2 power plant, so that gradually increase the gas power plant. So it's easy for the PGM to plan to make a plan to delivering the LNG to the island. So that is a very good point, and thank you very much. And next one is question to the Migas. And you said yes, 47, and once replace the LNG power plant, Indonesia can get the huge cost savings. I fully agree, because the cost of the diesel is higher than gas price, so that I can save. And also the transportation of the LNG is number of transportations much lower than diesel transportation of diesel oils. So that I guess so you put the significant cost saving once replaced by the diesel power plant replaced by the LNG power plant. So that I think this and also the need collaboration with the PLN. So that how do you actually how do you proceed this replacement? So you already discussed with the PLN and some prepare the some plan or roadmap, or that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So for this program, we have already a coordination, maybe a collaboration between government, PLN, and of course the Pertamina Group. So your question is how to build this, yeah? So the PLN have already make together with us, with Pertamina also, because this is talking about the gas supply that's come from the Pertamina and then the contractor. So we have a mix cluster by cluster for this project. So for the first, we have a plan to starting from the west in Nias, and the next
the other, and right now it's already in the phase of selection to looking the partner for the PLN, for the infrastructure, especially for the case. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And I really hope the smooth process of the replacement from diesel oil to the diesel power plant and gas power plant. I hope. Thank you very much. And question to the Riau Island. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that current year issue is lower operation hours. For example, is some power plant is 14 hours per day, and some power plant is 7 hours per day. So that is very, very small. And you mentioned about the solar PV. If you increase or newly set the solar PV, you can increase the power generations. Because if daytime, you can use the solar PV, so that you can save the diesel oil consumption. Then nighttime is no power generation by the solar PV, so that you can save the diesel oil. So use diesel oil in the nighttime. So far around 8 or 9 p.m., but increase to the 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. So that I think kind of the hybrid is combined of the natural diesel and solar is maybe appropriate for Riau Island, and you can increase the operation hours. How do you think about it?
Yeah. So this is nowadays we need to collaborate to overcome this situation. So even though the PLN already programmed about 30 islands to increase the operational hour and also the reliability of the system, but solar PV cannot operation effectively without gensets, without diesel. So as we know that in the region in Indonesia, sometimes we have 4 days with no suns. So that's why we still need diesel today. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And in this case, so how do you think about talking about the dieselization? So I think you have the one option is gas power generation. How do you think?
Yeah. So on the small island with the small household, yeah. So I think we can use the dieselization like communal power plant, solar PV. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that the Riau Island is small, so that renewable is appropriate. Thank you very much. And now I would like to open the floor. I can receive the 1 or 2 questions. Okay, so no question, and now is I think that Darwin have to go to the port or airport back to the Riau Island, so that I'd like to close the this panel session, and I think this panel session is very, very useful, and LNG gas is very important, even though the island replaced by the diesel oil, and also the still solar PV is very, very important. Something like the small island like Riau Island, so that case by case need increase of the clean energies. LNG is clean compared to the diesels, and also the how to save the cost. I think Miga's point is very, very important. So we change the system, then the price increasing is no good. Change the system, but the price same or going down. That is a very important policy of all PLN and MIGAS and also the PGM. That is my closing remarks, and I would like to close this session, but before that, much appreciated everybody's a big hand to the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimura-sensei, and all panelists for sharing your experience and knowledge with us today. To wrap up today's event, please allow me to call the Director General for Research and Policy Design Administration of AREA. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Toru Furuichi.
Honorable Dr. Joko Siswanto, Secretary General of the National Energy Council, Republic of Indonesia, and Honorable Mr. Wang Ha, Director of Electricity Program Development, Director General of Electricity, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, and Honorable Dr. Nuki Agia Utama, Executive Director, ASEAN Center for Energy. All distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, and participants, good afternoon. I'm Toru Furuichi, Director General for Research and Policy Design Administration of AREA. It's a great honor for me to deliver closing remarks on this day, where we have organized 2 joint workshops in the framework of Indonesia's 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship of the Energy Sector. Today, we have had the opportunity to listen to very insightful presentation and discussion about the preparation to advance multilateral electricity trading in ASEAN Power Grid, APG, in supporting sustainable energy security through interconnectivity, and about how to improve electricity supply in islands and remote grids in ASEAN through utilization of emerging clean energy innovation. Those are 2 important workshops which have given us some key elements to elaborate policies that shall create stable electricity supply while ensuring that in ASEAN we make a big step toward decarbonization. Honorable experts and distinguished participants, we have listened from our honorable experts today how we can expect that a totally or partially integrated ASEAN Power Grid or APG system would mean 3 things. First is that investment can be optimized on the regional, namely ASEAN scale, rather than individual in each country. The second is that the APG would help to balance their excess supply and demand and reduce the cost of developing emergency infrastructure. And the last is that the APG would accelerate the development of the renewable power generation into the regional grid. Our distinguished panelists and speakers in the morning's workshop have revealed various measures that we can take to overcome the different challenges, including those related to technical and commercial feasibility reviews, institutional framework, regulatory capability, and on harmonizing the minimum technical requirements. Therefore, a high-level intergovernmental agreement between all ASEAN member states, which is one of APEC's action plans, is the key, and AREA would like to support HAPUA and ACE in promoting discussion to attain that agreement. From the second workshop, we have learned that securing power supply in islands and remote grids is not a challenge for only Indonesia. Almost all ASEAN countries consist of small and mid-sized islands where electricity demand shall potentially increase. Liquefied natural gas shipping to supply energy resources to generate power in islands is obviously one important strategy. Switching from diesel fuel to gas is a pragmatic but significant transition step in the decarbonization while ensuring the affordability. Nevertheless, this fuel switching strategy is currently challenged by many uncertainties, and despite being the cleanest fuel, fossil fuel, natural gas needs to be imported in most of the ASEAN countries. For the shift from diesel power plants to natural gas plants to be economically feasible, the projected electricity demand in each of the island and remote grids needs to pass certain power demand threshold. Therefore, renewable energy should see also growing important role in creating energy security in the islands and remote grid in the ASEAN member states, which also means a direct leap toward zero carbon energy sources and technologies. Therefore, to fully capitalize this potential and optimize the investment strategy is necessary to balance between the development of natural gas facility and renewable energy sources and technologies. Honorable experts and distinguished participants, we come to the end of the first journey of the series of workshops in the energy sector to be organized by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in the framework of the Indonesian 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship. We have gathered several pieces of takeaways from today's two workshops. I hope that the findings of today's workshops serve as a cornerstone of a further step to elaborate implementable policy measures in the provision of high quality and low carbon electricity in ASEAN. ASEAN countries supported by all its partner organizations, including ACE and AREA, should advocate the necessity of stepwise and pragmatic and realistic energy transition. AREA, with its networks and stakeholders, is ready to make more contributions for the region to keep on making significant progress in ensuring energy security and in accelerating the energy transition. Thank you again for your kind participation, valuable inputs, and enlightening thoughts in this discussion. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants and esteemed speakers, as we have come to the end of the event, please allow me to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who participated and contributed to making this event a success. It has been a fruitful day today, and we really hope that the discussion can inspire and motivate us all to continue working towards sustainable and resilient energy systems in the ASEAN region. A little announcement, we have arranged takeaway meals for all of our participants, and you can take it outside of this room. Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, we thank you all for your participation today. We hope to see you soon and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.